Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under that deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to that church.
Amen. Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I want to thank you for coming for today's session. And I want to urge you to ensure that you follow the SOPs. COVID is still there, and the new variant is moving faster. When you look at what is happening, you will hear it is already in Uganda. So we need to be very, very careful and keep safe. I want to thank you once more. Matters of national importance. Yes, procedure.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, 3 weeks ago, our own doctors got onto a strike. They are not there in the hospitals. And we've been having an impression that government is working hard to get them back to work. Among the things they asked are the internal allowances, which were passed in the most recent supplementary budget. However, they have minimum demands, which when fulfilled, they will get back to work. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's important that they get back to work by the mere fact that we are now in the face and head on of the new variant of COVID, whose threat and extent of damage we've not yet ascertained. Doctors are saying that if their working environment can be secured, here they're talking about PPEs, having masks and other protective gear. They should have that. And coincidentally, it is also very important to position us amidst the new variant. They're talking of the payment for the interns, the 4 billion that the president promised or pledged for their circle, the compensation for those doctors who succumbed to COVID-19. They are 80 in number. So they are saying that if we can meet these minimum demands, they can get back to work. Right, Honorable Speaker, will it be procedurally right for you to invite the leader of government business to give us an update about this position of doctors' strike amidst the threat that is before us? I beg to submit.
Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, honorable colleague, for raising that important issue. It is true that the medical doctors under Uganda Medical Association met with His Excellency the President, and they went through the issues that they thought government should handle. and among them are the ones that you have enlisted. A committee was put in place chaired by the Prime Minister, who has also written a commitment to ensure that those issues are handled. They came again to say that some of them needed immediate action before they could resume work. Yesterday, we had a discussion about these issues, and the Prime Minister is handling them. We hope that very soon this matter will be resolved. And as we wait for these issues to be handled, it's our appeal to continue to say to the doctors, you have done a good job. Government is on your side. Continue to work as we continue to handle these issues. I thank you.
Yes, Lob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The response by the Honorable Hart on behalf of government is well appreciated. Right Honorable Speaker, it's the third week, and the way the Honorable Minister is communicating is as though the matters have since become private between the Prime Minister and the doctors. The issues raised, Right Honorable Speaker, are in the public domain. Some of them are budgetary in nature, and Parliament is the last on budget. Will the Minister clarify more? Would it be really kind enough to bring to speed Parliament those outstanding issues for which we cannot handle as leaders of this country, to make sure that health workers go back to work and to secure the country? Because the CISO makes it appear as if some of them are so private for us to be diverged to even advise on how to handle this matter, Right Honorable Speaker. I am not convinced. Probably the minister want to divulge more that we can know what is it that is not so clear, that we need to do a lot of convincing, because some of them are budgetary and we are the Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Lob. What I am meant to know, to learn that part of what we approved in the supplementary is supposed to go and pay those doctors. So what we need to make sure that the doctors are paid, because we are in a critical time. We need these doctors paid. Government, you need to make a follow-up. Government Chief Whip, you're revising like you're going for an exam. You need to make sure you follow that the doctors are paid and report back to the House. Thank you. Yes. Sechi. Congo man.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise through procedural approach where the Right Honorable Chair, where you presided over last week's Parliament, and it went on record that you had received confirmation and assurances from the line Minister of Defense that come today, Tuesday, the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda would be briefed about the UPDF expeditionary force in Congo. Right Honorable Speaker, today is Tuesday, and since reports emerged, it was in November, we are now in December, and what makes matters worse is where government officials, particularly the government chief whip, going to the media to tell the country that we cannot be hurried by Parliament. We shall go to Parliament to inform them as when we wish to do so. Right Honorable Speaker, when you see this and you know a member has just been a backbencher with us, has just been sharing issues of matters of public concern, He has been so passionate about constitutionalism and the rule of law. And when he loses himself midway, we get concerned. But most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, are we procedurally right to proceed with the ruling of the Speaker in place, and we don't see the minister coming up to tell the country on a matter regarding the Constitution and the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, for which, I want to reiterate, for which we all swore to protect and defend. Are we procedurally right, Right Honorable Speaker? And in that respect, what happens to the ruling of the Speaker in this House? From the time I've been here, the Speaker's ruling can never be in vain. And those who are attempting to make the Speaker's ruling in vain, useless, and by the way, they are forgetting themselves, they are forgetting the history of this country. And Right Honorable Speaker, please, 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 can government come and tell us what is happening to the sons and daughters of this country? Their mission, and we are not enemies in this parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, and we are ready to support government, but let the constitutional order be held high. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Sechi. Honorable Sechi. As a member of parliament, what Honorable Sechi is saying is correct. We are duty bound to ask questions, and we are entitled to the answers. Sometimes the answers may be imminent, and at times they may immediately, but at times they may delay. Sometimes, as a presiding officer, I want to assure you the answer to this question will be availed. When you look at the order paper, it is an item in the order paper. We'll have a response to this. I want you to keep your hope alive that we'll have this. We will have this response. Of course, even if we got it now, we can't stop what is happening there. But then the question you do ask yourself, what motivated if they went there? There was a bomb blast. There was a what? Did they go there before? But we are going to have a response to that. The minister is coming. It is in the order paper of today. Next item.
Item number 3, bills first reading.
No, I had asked for matters of national importance. And there is a caller here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, raised on the matter of national importance regarding to a new wave, a new but very big wave of animal safety in my area, Nakasike. Right Honorable Speaker, big number of my people in Nakasike, specifically in the sub-counties, of Kasangombe, Kapeka, Semuto, in a period of 3 months, they have stolen more than 1,000 heads of cattle. We've tried to report, but nothing, but all in vain. Right Honorable Speaker, animal rearing is one of the main sources of income in my area of Nakasike. But now my people have become hopeless. You report to police, you report to everywhere, but nothing is done. And these thieves leave a letter that the person who has slaughtered this animal is a Muslim, so they leave offers and they say you can eat, and some of them are taken when they are not slaughtered. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we are seeking government intervention, at least to ensure that the hopes of these farmers in Nakasike are brought back and be alive such that they can also have some hope of fighting poverty given the prevailing economic situation in our country. My prayer is that let us get maybe some information, Right Honorable Speaker, from any government officer or official from government committing themselves that at least they can ensure that these farmers' animals are given safety. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Luther. Government. People are losing their cows. That is their source of income.
Thank you, Right Honorable. And I feel for my colleague and the people whom he represents. Right Honorable, I think the best way would be focus on action. I'm going to inform the authorities, the minister responsible for internal affairs, so that a high-level team from the police can be sent to the area to do thorough investigations and action is taken on the matter. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In coordination with
can you
my
kindly work
colleague.
together with the honorable member
We always work
and
together.
ensure that we get a solution to this? Mbwa?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For records, I am Salongo Kakembo, Mikaeli Mbwate Kamwa, representing the people of Entebbe. Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on the matter of urgent national importance regarding the fire that took us by surprise, people of Entebbe. Last Sunday, 5th evening, Chigungu landing site and the Say Island got fire and over 500 units were destroyed. Property were lost and blankets, business lost, fishing nets, and quite many others. As I speak now, our people in Ndese have nowhere to sleep. They don't even have food because most of the business were destroyed by the fire. My humble prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is an urgent relief support be extended to these people in terms of food items, blankets, bed sheets, mattresses, and any. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The member is asking for food and non-food items to be given to his people, government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleague, I think Entebbe is very near, Right Honorable Speaker. We usually first do assessment before sending items. So in a few minutes from now, I'm just going to instruct my office. We call the disaster ministry, they send a team on ground. We do an assessment. This is a very nearby place and we ensure action is taken. And we shall be also in touch with Honorable colleague Mbwa. Thank you.
Members, give me a feedback that what government chief whip is committing has been done. You come to my office and give me a feedback. Ochen.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national concern. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2018, in Kole District, SAGE beneficiaries, these are elderly persons who are supposed to benefit from this program of social protection. Over 500 names were deleted from the pay list. When we make a follow-up on this, Madam Speaker, we were advised by the Ministry of Gender to compile the list of those whose names were deleted, including even photocopying their national identity cards. Madam Speaker, the CDO of Kole compiled this list and sent it to the Ministry of Gender. As we talk now, no response has been given. Madam Speaker, 3 weeks ago, SAGE officials went to make another payment. When they went, only 10% of the names of the beneficiaries were found in the list, leaving all those beneficiaries whose names were omitted in tears, and many of them were crying. Madam Speaker, you can imagine an elderly person now crying. And as I talk now, Madam Speaker,
many of these elderly persons are dying because most of them believe in SAGE project as a source of their livelihood. And some of them are very weak. Some of them are even carried on a border to go for this money. And when they get there, they don't get the money. Madam Speaker, I want to pray that these names of these elderly persons be put back to the pay list so that they are paid. These are senior citizens who actually help this country a lot. Even us who are speaking now here, they are the ones who made it possible for us to even be in parliament here. But when we begin to maltreat them like this, and they die while we see them, it may not be very good for us, because they're the people that pray for us. They did everything for us and even for this country. I pray, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Peter. I think you need a thorough analysis on the list of the beneficiaries of that SAGE. And we may need a report from gender on who are the beneficiaries, how they were determined, and why are some people deleted. That must be answered. Government?
Right Honorable, you've guided very well. I think we are going to do that. And I would urge colleagues, you don't find it's only in Kore. If you can get interested in the SAGE program in your constituencies, you'll find most of you are affected that way. So it's better we bring out all these issues, we share. But in the meantime, for the case of Kore, Right Honorable Speaker, let us bring a statement here on Thursday, giving an update.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Timo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance. On Saturday in Kagarama Town Council, Kajara County and Tungama District, we had a bad storm. We lost the roof of a polytechnic school called the Ihunga Polytechnic Institute. We lost roofs in the villages of Ihunga 1, Nyamirembe, and Chabinengo in Ihunga sub-county. We lost crops, most especially bananas, and at the moment, people are wondering what to do next, most especially our Polytechnic Institute. Madam Speaker, my prayers are, the first one is that the Ministry of Disaster and Preparedness, together with the Ministry of Education, as they can do their work, they know how to do their work concerning such disasters, they come to our rescue in Kagarama Town Council concerning the institute and the villages. Secondly, Madam Speaker, my prayer is that they do not deny those people a chance to get their services back, to get their roofs back, as they did when it happened to Kagamba Secondary School some years ago. And the ministry started the process and stopped midway. Up to now, they have never got what they asked for. Madam Speaker, I thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Taiba.
Right Honorable Speaker, this happened on Saturday, and the Honorable Tim Gumaiko, I know, must be in touch with the CAO and the District Disaster Committee to make an assessment, which would be submitted to OPM, so that any intervention we make is well informed. So we are going to follow up on that with him to ensure that indeed his people get the help they need. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The clarification I'm seeking from the government chief whip is, you know very well that the district disaster management committees conduct needs assessment whenever these disasters hit. And I have heard you here say you have again to do another assessment with the OPM. So I'm wondering, what is the relevance of these committees, like these district disaster management committees, if you don't believe in them? And I'm sure the one from the district of the Honorable Timusiku has already submitted a report. Why don't you believe in institutions as government?
Right Honorable Speaker, if the Honorable Opposition Chief Whip was very attentive, he would have heard that what he's asking me is what I said. I said the District Disaster Committee should do a report and submit it OPM, and we base on that to take action. I didn't say that OPM is going to do its own assessment. So our thinking is the same, Honorable colleague.
But Honorable, what the whip on this side is saying, leave the institutions to work. Now, by leaving institutions to work, I remember 2 months back, I brought an issue of disaster preparedness and management commission. You can't be running up and down, you as a government chief whip all the time. We must have a commission that will analyze all these things. It's a constitutional requirement. So if we can have that commission in place, it would be able to help you. You can't do everything because there is disaster today here, there is another issue another day. Minister.
Thank you. I sympathize with the community where the disaster had occurred. But for the polytechnical schools, which is under the Ministry of Education and Sports, Madam Speaker, I want to say it's unfortunate it occurred at the time when the students had just reported. Nevertheless, our team, they are on the ground. There are others who are liaising with the district to do need assessment. I will make sure I add this polytechnical school in the list of the technical team moving around to do a quick assessment and see what is it that we can do to save the situation. I thank you.
And maybe the ministry, you need to go there and see what can be done. What can be done to the school now that the school is open? You need to rescue them very fast.
Right, Honorable Speaker, what is further perturbing, the Honorable Member has told this House that some time ago, the same thing happened to Kagarama. And Kagarama to date wasn't fully restored. And in my mind, as I was seated there, I kind of thought that this Ntungamo is where the Ministry of Education comes from. How come that nothing has come to her attention? Probably the Honorable Member is hurrying when the Minister is taking charge and is considering a robust response. But really, for Ntungamo and the member to be lamenting and the Education Minister to be lamenting what is happening to other areas and other schools where nobody knocking eye is coming from, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering.
Of course, if there were such issues in other areas, people would come up and speak. The fact that she cannot work on Ntungamo, that means she's for the whole country. I don't have to work for Ntungamo because I come from Ntungamo. So let's stop that kind of thing. It's going to be worked on, the school will be worked on, and we move on. Alex?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, government spent a lot of time brainstorming on a solution that should address the household income of this country. They came up with the parish model. And the Parliament allocated resources, appropriated resources, which resources have been sent to the local governments. My consternation, Right Honorable Speaker, as I was monitoring in my constituency, I was shocked to find that the money is lying on the account. And when I asked the accounting officer of Fort Portal Tourism City, the explanation was that this money was sent without guideline, and they cannot spend that money because they fear to be implicated and arrested for abuse of office. So this is something that shocked me, how government can go and process, send money to the local government without guidelines on how this money can be utilized. And I don't know whether this is across the country or for Fort Portal only, but I thought it is important that I raise this matter and we see it addressed. My prayer is that it should be expeditiously addressed because the first quarter money is already idle, not utilized. Second quarter, so now what is the whole essence of pushing these resources to the lower levels and yet they can't be accessed? Right Honorable Speaker, this Parliament and myself and the people of Fort Portal Tourism City, they need an explanation.
Government, we need an explanation of how you can send money without guidelines and whether this is affecting the whole country. On the same?
Right Honorable Speaker, one reason why I was late for around 10 minutes, we were in that meeting about the parish development model, intergovernment ministerial meeting. And we resolved that next week, we bring a comprehensive statement to the House on the parish development model. But in the meantime, for this specific matter, kindly allow me to raise it with the Minister of Finance and Minister of Local Government so that at least it's worked on. But we want to bring a comprehensive statement to the House so that it can be debated and you help us to improve on whatever you are going to be doing with the parish development model.
There is a clarification from.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it has become a culture that every time there's any rain in Uganda, the next thing we shall receive here are reports from MPs and a promise to help those people from the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness. Right Honorable Speaker, the clarification I'm seeking is how many times and for how long will we be handling this matter in piecemeals? When will the scientists?
Which matter you meaning?
The issue of disasters, Madam Preparedness.
Does anybody control whether it rains or not?
That is what I'm going to indicate, Madam Speaker.
Can you control whether there is going to be a roof being blown?
Your Honor, if you give me 1 minute, I will state what I'm trying to mean.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, my concern is, what is that particular thing we are not doing properly in Uganda that exposes the country to calamities after calamities? I think, Madam Speaker, that it will be proper for the government to come up with a clear plan of working out issues of the environment. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, every other day, people come here and make complaints. Even me, I will come tomorrow because I was raised in Mukono and we suffered the same thing. So, Madam Speaker, Wouldn't it be okay? I'll take it.
Thank you, Honorable Betty, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker and the House, I appreciate the passion you're advancing your point. Indeed, the disasters are cutting across, but I want to inform the House that the Meteorological Department, which is under my ministry, periodically forecast the weather. We have the issue of climate change, the disasters where they are occurring. For example, to Wududa area, my uncle is there. It has become almost an annual thing. And we have advised what should be undertaken. People ought to have moved away. The tree planting needs to be intensified. The conservation must be on top. And therefore, as leaders, as Honorable Betty is advancing, it is a message to all of us. We better do it right, you and me. Then the government has also done its part, and we shall arrest the situation.
The outcome of the meteorological department, is it 100%? The prediction, is it 100% correct?
Right, Honorable Speaker. To our standard, we have tried as a meteorological department. It cannot be 100% correct. But what I'm really appealing to the House is that the information which is given, actually we are even networked with international bodies. It gives us some good percentage, which we are not even using. Because, right, Honorable Speaker, you can predict and say there will be heavy rains and whatever. Well, this House has even taken on to say our people.
Yes, procedure.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Last time we discussed about disasters in this House, there was a directive to the line minister of disaster to come up with a comprehensive report that this House debates and makes logical conclusions for that effect. But also, the Committee of Presidential Affairs was given that task of compiling a national-wide report about disasters in the country. That a committee report is brought to this House, and we discuss it. Could it be procedure right, Madam Speaker, that we hold on for a minute until the committee report is tabled here from the Committee of Presidential Affairs, that we can debate, we make input, we enrich it, we come to the conclusion and recommendations for that effect. Than us handling it haphazardly at this point. Is it procedure right, Madam Speaker, that we wait for the committee report?
Thank you, Isaiah. We wait for the report and we'll continue the debate on disaster. Akelo Lucy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of urgent national importance regarding the curriculum that is being taught to our children. Madam Speaker, I learned with shock what our children, particularly the ones of P6, are being taught, especially science. I came across a past paper of one of the pupils, and the question was, what is the role of reproductive health Uganda? And the answer that this little girl gave, if I may quote, if need be, one of the roles of reproductive health Uganda, if need be, to legalize abortion. Madam Speaker, I want to bring your attention to our constitution. 23, Article 22:2. No person has a right to terminate life of unborn child, except as may be authorized by law. Madam Speaker, the textbook that I am making reference to is Integrated Science, Longhorn, Pupils Book 6. And this is what our children are being taught. Madam Speaker, we are about to open schools. My worry is that our children is...
Honorable, do you have a copy of that book so that we are also able to see it?
I just took a picture of the textbook, but I can make a copy here.
Yeah, we need to have a look at the book because we may not fully believe in what is being said, but of course it is not a law. That book is not a law, but education is here, she will respond. You finish.
Yes, Madam Speaker, my issue with this syllabus is it's a whole topic on contraceptives being taught to 10 years, 11-year children, issues of tubal litigation, issues of abortion, issues of, yes, information.
Can you give me your prayer?
Okay, my prayer is, can the Ministry of Education withdraw this textbook and the curriculum so that our children are not taught things which they are not supposed to be taught? And secondly, can we get an adequate information regarding this immediately, especially before the schools open? Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Education.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Lucia Kello, for raising such very important matter as it affects the future of our children. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the curriculum that the Ministry of Education and Sports was implementing before COVID was the approved curriculum. Secondly, during this COVID period, we were trying to review the curriculum to accommodate the time that the children have lost. However, this has not yet even started implementation process. It is still in the process ongoing. The curriculum that is well known in the Ministry of Education and Sport is the old well-known curriculum. Madam Speaker, the issue of textbooks, the issue of material circulating in the country, I want to make this clear. For any textbooks to be utilized, to be used, to be approved, that children can use in school, first of all, it has to undergo through a process, and it must be approved by National Curriculum Development Center, and it carries our logo, and that is the authentic approved textbooks that we recommend. However, in the event that anybody comes and writes a textbook that has not been approved, we will look at that textbook and immediately withdraw. But as far as I know, Madam Speaker, the textbooks that are subjected to our children, they have to undergo vigorous process of approval. Madam Speaker, having said that, we all know the issue of abortion is illegal as per our constitution. The issue of contraceptive, we cannot discuss it. My colleague, Honorable Lucy, was very much aware in 2018, even while I was still in health, we did not approve that policy. So if anybody is going behind the Ministry of Education and Sports using something that is not being approved, I want to make this very clear, Honorable Speaker. We will have to go really and get those documents out and really denounce, because it might have not undergone through our process of approval.
Honorable Joyce, you may not be sure whether it went through a process of approval or not. The best you can do is to go and look at that book and see whether it went through an approval, and then come and report back. And if possible, withdraw it from the curriculum. It's not good.
Thank you, much obliged, Madam Speaker.
No, I have already given a ruling. Let her go and look at it. Next item.
Item number 3, bills first reading.
Honorable Margaret.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also thank you for this opportunity, and I beg to move that the bill entitled the Markets Bill 2021 be read for the first time. Right, Honorable Speaker, the bill is accompanied by the relevant certificate of financial implications. I beg to read.
Thank you, Margaret. Is the bill seconded? Is the bill
The Markets
seconded?
Bill 2021.
It is seconded by Jane Avoro, Semakola, Mbwa, Achendokas, Lucy. Okay. This bill is referred to a Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry in accordance to Rule 129 of our rules of procedure.
Local government.
I am informed it's supposed to go to Committee of Local Government, so
Yes.
it goes to Committee of Local Government as per rules 129
Thank you.
of the rules of procedure. Thank you, Margaret. Next item.
Item number 4, statements by ministers. 4.1, statement on the status and capabilities of fire response services in Uganda.
Right Honorable Speaker, the ministers are not around. They are still in northern Uganda, and they wrote. So we request that you allow us next week to present this, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, the ministers of internal affairs are in Karamoja, and they wrote asking for an extension of when they will present that report, but they also said they are already working on it. So we'll wait for the report on action taken, not what they are planning to do. So you need to inform the ministers. Now we need an action that has been taken. Next.
Item 4.2, statement on the commemoration of the International Anti-Corruption Day, 9th December 2021.
Honorable Minister of Ethics.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a statement on the commemoration of the International Anti-Corruption Day 2021. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the 9th December 2021, Uganda will join the rest of the world in commemorating the International Anti-Corruption Day at Kololo Independence Grounds. This will be the climax of several activities of the anti-corruption campaign this year, 2021, which is organized annually by the anti-corruption agencies together with the other stakeholders. This day was designated by the resolution 58/4 of the 31st October 2003 of the United Nations General Assembly as the International Anti-Corruption Day. The day was designated for global observance to promote awareness about corruption, its dangers, and how to combat and prevent it. Uganda ratified the convention and is one of the member states that annually undertakes activities to commemorate it. The anti-corruption agencies and their stakeholders usually organize activities over a period of several weeks every year, with the climax on the 9th December to promote public participation in fighting corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, the 2021 International Anti-Corruption Day seeks to highlight the rights and responsibilities of everyone, including state government officials, civil servants, law enforcement officers, media representatives, the private sector, civil society, academia, the public, and youth, in tackling corruption under the theme, promoting active citizen participation in social accountability. Right Honorable Speaker and members, we all know the corrosive impact of corruption on the lives of the poor and the resultant sharp decline in trust the citizens can have in their government. The objectives of commemorating this day is therefore, 1, to raise the public awareness on issues of corruption, ethics, and integrity, and enlist their support in the fight against the graft. To unite efforts of governments, business communities, civil society, political angle, and other sectors in the fight against the graft. To amplify anti-corruption messages in all spheres of the country and encourage the public to demand corruption-free services. To empower the general public to play an oversight role and report corruption. To inform the general public about the evils of corruption and to share the achievements, challenges, and way forward in the fight against corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has a number of anti-corruption agencies established by government to reinforce the fight against corruption. These include the Inspectorate of Government, State House Anti-Corruption Unit, Office of the Auditor General, the Accountant General, Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority, Financial Intelligence Authority, Criminal Investigations Directorate, CID of the Uganda Police Force, and many others, to mention a few. We have also recently, with the great support of this House, amended the Leadership Code Act, which now provides a detailed enforcement procedure and extends the mandate of the Leadership Code Tribunal to enforce integrity and proper conduct in the leadership of this country. As the chair of the Interagency Forum, the Directorate for Ethics and Integrity is mandated to coordinate these agencies in the fight against corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, the achievements of these anti-corruption agencies are many, like the recovery of public funds, with the Inspectorate of Government alone recovering over 2 billion shillings for the period since December 2020. This was money recovered through administrative action, and it is far exceeded the IG's annual target of 1.5 billion shillings. In addition, the IG recovered 700 million shillings through court orders. Other agencies like the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Office of the Auditor General, State House Anti-Corruption, continue to make great strides towards the fight against corruption. The State House Anti-Corruption Unit, for example, conclusively investigated over 10,000 complaints that have a financial worth of shillings 287 billion through their interventions in the government ministries, departments, and agencies. A total of 29 billion shillings was recovered. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has also been successful in making recoveries since December 2020. It has recovered over 300 million and 34,000 US dollars from concluded corruption cases. In addition, Right Honorable Speaker, the DPP secured an order for anti-malarial drugs valued 28 million shillings. The drugs were eventually handed over to Kawempe National Referral Hospital after the DPP made consultations with the Ministry of Health on which government facilities should benefit from the drugs. The biggest challenge, however, remains the inadequate budgetary provisions and budget cuts to these agencies, which affects the implementation of their planned interventions. Right Honorable Speaker, it is therefore my prayer that this House considers addressing the budgetary challenges that has continued to bedfall these agencies to facilitate their mandate to fight corruption, including the Directorate for Ethics and Integrity, which coordinates national efforts against corruption. The Directorate alone has a funding gap, Right Honorable Speaker, of over 8.2 billion shillings this financial year. Otherwise, corruption is out to undermine our growth and prosperity twice over, not only in the act of siphoning away resources from their intended purposes, but in the long-term effects of services not delivered. For example, vaccines not received, school supplies not delivered, roads never built. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to extend the warmest invitation to you and members of this House and all Ugandans of different walks of life to this year's International Anti-Corruption Day commemoration event at Kololo Independence Grounds on the 9th December 2021. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Ethics. Honorable Lillian. We can open this to debate for 10 minutes. Yes, Sechi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I really thank Honorable Akelo for the statement and for the challenges he has highlighted. It's gratifying to see government still trying its best to come to grips with the scourge of corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, reports are worrisome. There is a worrying trend of the levels and the propensities of corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, without even amending the law, these IGG forms could be a very true pointer if you want to go for the corrupt. It tells you to declare your assets and liabilities of your spouses, of your children, accounts, local accounts and foreign accounts, motor vehicles, etc. And then you show your incomes, other incomes if you have any. And then they ask you to declare how you acquired those properties and that wealth. And if we were to activate that, I think it would go a long way. I want to thank the efforts being done. But once you say that the IGG was able to recover 2 billion since December 2020, now we are in December 2021, yet the amounts being siphoned are in trillions. 15 trillion, Right Honorable Speaker, and you're now talking about 2 billion. You say the State House Anti-Corruption investigated cases of over 287 billion. But you don't show what recovery is being done. Probably we have too many cooks, Right Honorable Speaker. Too many cooks. where do they share the mandate and where do they end? You have the State House and corruption, you have the IGG, you have the CID. In fact, the State House and corruption has rendered the IGG a lame duck. All the attention is on State House, an informal organization. You leave the formal organization, you run to the informal organization. It is making the IGG's work look, look so irrelevant, Right Honorable Speaker. And once you talk about money and funding to these agencies, the ministry is lamenting even the ethics of integrity. The directorate is handicapped. They have no funds. I was at court this morning, Right Honorable Speaker. Once you want to fight corruption, it is a whole chain, the gyros. You cannot choose to facilitate and pay well the judges and the judicial officers, and you leave out the prosecutors. The state attorneys are being paid poorly. The efforts to comfort them and promise them better pay are not working out. The police and the investigating arm of government, it's not working because they are handicapped. You cannot investigate cases of billions, yet for you earn a patri of 300,000. Something must be put on board for all these agencies. You must streamline all these agencies. You facilitate them, you make them accountable. And lastly, I want to ask the Honorable Minister, who is going to be the chief worker this time around? The last time I checked, it was the president walking all the way, sweating. Now who is going to take the walk? And what results did we get out of that walk? Did we evaluate to see what effort did we go?
Thank you.
Did we get out of the walk? I'll be glad, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Sechia, I'm told the chief worker is going to be your good self. Migade. Members, if you have spoken in the previous, don't even waste your time to stand. Because
Thank
we
you
want
very-
everybody to speak.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not the first time we are commemorating this day. And the number of times the Speaker has actually been part of the work. But Right Honorable Speaker, corruption remains part of our daily routine. And corruption is the biggest #1 problem to my party, the NRM. Because if there was no corruption, a number of our undertakings to the public would actually be achieved. Where money is eaten from a road, that is affecting our party. Where shoulder work is done at a school, that is affecting our party. Yet it is not actually the party which is practicing this corruption. But Honorable Speaker, if we are to go by Transparency International, it is true there has been an improvement. In 2019, Uganda was in position number 142. We are now in 138. Yes, if it is a class, the teacher will tell you, work harder. And it is our duty as a government and us that how do we work harder? Now that we can see that there is actually some improvement. In the region, we are not doing well. But Madam Speaker, the judiciary is one of the arms of government that in one or the other can really help us curb this, because that is where the corrupt end up. If someone is arrested in corruption, he ends up in the judiciary. But in most cases, you see the small fish undergo a number of punishments. And when it comes to the big fish, those normally find their way out. And it is our duty, really, it is our duty as leaders to also help in actually fighting this corruption. It is a collective responsibility, because corruption starts right from the village, the sub-county, the district council, to maybe to a number of times, Madam Speaker, and actually, at some point, we need to be assisted, because a number of times I've also heard that even the Parliament is part of it. I don't know whether it is true, but I've heard people, including some of our leaders, suggesting that. So it has to be a collective effort, and I would be very, very comfortable, Madam Speaker, in one of the days where we are commemorating corruption, maybe next, and then we hear that such and such, we should be getting reports, say name and shame, name and shame. This business of hiding behind is actually, people go away without being reprimanded will not help us. So it's name and shame. We should have really punitive measures. The laws provide for it, but we don't really see action. And it is very common to find someone fighting corruption to also seek a monetary value to help the corrupt, and that is the person fighting corruption. So, Madam Speaker, let's work. I propose that we work together, not as executive, as Parliament and judiciary and the executive, see that we really fight corruption as the #1 cancer to this country.
Thank you, Robert. Members, let's limit the debate to at least 2 minutes. And we'll have 5 people only. Isaac?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the Minister of Ethics has addressed a number of issues and mentioned a number of organizations which are involved in the fight of corruption. But recently, when we moved around the country, when we moved with the Honorable Wang, in some of the areas, especially in my district, you discover that there's a lot of corruption in the districts. Very many chief administrative officers, district engineers have been arrested. And I would think that if these organizations, which the Minister of Ethics has mentioned, extended their hand to these districts, I think corruption would reduce. I would think that these trillions of money, which Honorable Sichku has just mentioned, would be recovered. As I talk, billions and billions of money which is being pumped in districts. I think almost only 50% or 40% is used to the activities which are meant to be used for, and the remaining money is swindled by the district officials. I would request the Minister of Ethics that as we talk about celebrating or commemorating the day for fighting corruption, you should be in a position to bite the people who are trying to encourage corruption, especially at district levels. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, Dr. Bokadi Di George is my name. I represent the people of Obongi, but I'm also the interim chair of an outfit that belongs to this house, the African Parliamentary Network Against Corruption, APNAC. I rise to thank the State Minister for Ethics and Integrity for the statement that she has made on behalf of the government of Uganda, as we prepare to celebrate or commemorate or mourn about the hemorrhage that corruption is causing our societies. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the cancer of corruption spares none of us. I mean, no one is spared from that. As individuals, our communities, our local governments, ministries, departments, agencies, including the private sector, churches and mosques. As Parliament, we have a duty. And oftentimes we talk as if it's someone else that has to take action against corruption. Honorable colleagues, we are applauded as a country for having one of the best legal and regulatory frameworks. The 1970 anti-corruption law is archaic. We have a number of legal and regulatory instruments that have been tabled to us as members of Parliament to look into. The whistleblowers bill, the access to information bill, an appropriate legal regime that is supposed to help us recover property stolen from the public. We are not doing enough as members of Parliament to address that. Two, we appreciate the efforts of the government in putting in place a number of structures to fight corruption. Honorable colleagues, the structures are starved.
Okwalinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the record, I'm Apollo Simon Peter Kwalinga, MP Kanyum County. Madam Speaker, the reason as to why we celebrate the Anti-Corruption Day is basically to articulate the efforts that we have taken as a country to fight corruption and how far we have gone in actually addressing the problem of corruption. Madam Speaker, I would propose today a robust approach to fighting corruption. Whereas a colleague had mentioned that we continue this routine declaration of our assets, I want to propose that let the assets declare the owners. How should it work? The IGG should announce in June of this year, we shall be on Kampala Road. All the owners of the said assets on Kampala Road must be there with their documents on how they acquired them. The same with the bank accounts. IGG should go to banker A, give me the list of accounts, check huge accounts there, and then follow backwards. Who is the owner of this account? This one works in the Ministry of Works. Sir, is this your account? Yes. How did you accumulate this amount of money? Even if the bank accounts are in Dubai or in Europe, we should write to that government, give us all the list of bank accounts of Ugandans in Europe. And then we follow them.
Dorcas, then Enos.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for the statement on the commemoration of International Day for Anti-Corruption. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'd like to implore the Honorable Minister that it is very gratifying as a country to know that we have gone a step further to be a signatory to the convention. And we have also gone a step further to ratify all this in our legal instruments, which is guiding the various anti-corruption agencies which you listed. However, I think it's the right time that we move beyond that. To be able to have in-depth analysis, to understand for the past 18 years when we've ratified this convention, how much gains have we made?
but also the other side of losses. How much have we lost? For example, during the period of COVID-19, when the country, the people of Uganda have been in great need, how much have we lost? How have we strengthened the oversight? But also in terms of the level of transparency, what have we been able to achieve as a country? I think, Honorable Minister, answering some of these questions honestly as a country will help to inform our next course of actions. Otherwise, we seem to think that we have done quite a lot, and I commend the government that, of course, there are some gains we have registered, but once we know, that's when we will know how we can sustain the gains, but also go a step further in addressing the gaps we still have. Whatever the case, wherever we are, I still commend the government, and through you, the minister.
Enos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to first thank the Honourable Minister for the statement on the Anti-Corruption Day. My take on corruption, Madam Speaker, is that as a generation, I think we need to deal with mindset change. Genuinely, the generation ahead of us, our generation, and that below us, we cannot change much regarding fighting corruption. We come here, talk, and do that, but we never act. To me, I think as the current generation, as a parliament, we need to deal with mindset change. Let's legislate to support the young generations below us to change their attitude, one, on appreciating their country, loving their country, putting their country first. Possibly, we might have a lasting solution to corruption if we put our hands to that. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I also want to make a call to government. I think it's time also we integrated all agencies that are fighting corruption under one roof so that they can collaborate their actions. Otherwise, when you find that corruption, State House Anti-Corruption Unit doing this, the IGG is doing this, and another entity doing this, we end up losing track of what we are fighting at that moment. So, Madam Speaker, I implore parliamentarians here and the 11th Parliament that we legislate in integrating these agencies so that we can have a joint fight against corruption. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we commemorate the Anti-Corruption Day, when I heard the IGG minister, when I heard the minister, the former minister, talking about the money we lose through corruption, that once that money is recovered, parish model development can get a lot. And when you go to these departments like DPP, IGG, CID, police, the money they allocated to curb corruption is little. It is now my appeal that as we appropriate funds to fight corruption from Parliament, these departments and agencies should get what is enough to make sure that they fight corruption and we realize what we need as a country. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a common cry that we must increase on the budget of all those authorities that fight corruption. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Ogwari Polika from Agure County. The issue of the corruption in Uganda, as far as I've tried to assess, it's now a song like the way Led Lakedube can sing the song. Why have I said so? We have decided to talk like the way one of the honorables says, there's no action. Now we sing corruption, we follow, look at people who have taken money, they are the very people that are arrested and come out. So my kind request, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, that we could create a way of managing corruption, probably yearly. If it means creating
a team in the parliament, we have a big number that can manage to help IGG to fight corruption would be better. I can tell you one of the examples that if, for example, one of the hospitals that we are still investigating in my district, that a government vehicle in the hospital, the 2 tires are removed and put on the staff because he's the one managing what? The hospital. Now, when we went on investigating, after realizing that things are becoming hot and are very hot, all the tires are brought and put on the vehicles and left there, and the stones are removed. So at the end of the day, what's going to happen? That's a very serious corruption thing. So we are investigating and want to find it out why. So this is what I'm saying, that let us evaluate at the end of the day that if we this year.
Honorable Avoro, I actually saw somewhere where they said the ambulance of Arua Hospital was stolen and sold. Avoro, Rutamagusi and Lop. Dokolo before Lop.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for her report, and I want to thank government for putting in place a number of institutions in this country to address corruption. But I want to urge the same government that we need to really up our games. If the future generation are supposed to gain from whatever we are trying to put in place. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to address my mind in this way, that to curb corruption, maybe not eliminate it, but at least curb it. The approach to audit should change. We should not focus so much on looking at audited accounts of institutions. We would rather focus at looking at service delivery. What is there in place? If so much money was extended to water, do the people of Uganda actually have the water in place? We should focus on auditing projects in terms of output compared to the money that has been extended. Right Honorable Speaker, the other aspect of audit that I think should be reviewed or should be included, we must begin to audit lifestyles of Ugandans. You cannot be earning 200,000 and you are taking your child to an international school in New Delhi. You cannot be earning 20 million in parliament here and you are living a life beyond even an American, the richest American. The Office of Auditor General, we should support it to audit life.
William.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Minister for the statement she gave. Corruption is rising day and day. In fact, when Honorable colleague was saying we have improved, I don't see the improvement. Because 2 days ago, I had our Minister for Economic Monitoring in my district. We moved together with him. We had a meeting in the district headquarters. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I was shocked. Even as we blame government for failing to deliver services to the people, Kumba money is in the local government and people are misusing information. We moved around all the projects and I'm shocked. I can't even talk about some things here. You find a project where government has put 600 million, the contractor has taken 400 million, the building is at the beam level, which is only worth 100 million, done. Government has even sent a machine of 380 million to be put inside the same structure for our women to deliver, but there is no way to put the machine. So, honorable colleagues, information. I think we need to go back to the ground and start this civil servants very well. Otherwise, at the end of the day, we are the ones to be punished by our fathers. I want to give information to my colleague.
Thank you.
Chemonges, you've become the speaker today.
Sorry.
Honorable Wakikona.
Thank you for giving way. Right, Honorable Speaker. And I wanted to inform him also. I've been in this parliament now, we are hiring, moving up to 20 years. And each year, we debate about corruption, ending corruption. The words I'm hearing are the same words. And when we come to this following year, still the same words are repeated. What tough measure? I think what we need is now a tough step forward to make sure that we don't repeat this, especially those, if you have been here 1 year, it makes sense. But now for us to listening to the same thing, same words, you now become confused. That's the information I wanted to tell you, that we must find a solution to this tough thing called corruption. Thank you.
Members, as an elder has said, Honorable Wakikon has been here for 20 years, and every year we are talking about the same thing. Why don't we come with tough regulations, tough laws? If somebody has been caught on corruption, if it means removing property, remove it. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Many people have talked, many honorable members have talked about the cancer, treat is a cancer. And Madam Speaker, we have talked and talked. Like my brother, Honorable Chikona, I have been here for so many years, for so many times, about 3 times now. We have talked the same things over and over. Where are the results? That means we are talking without action. Right Honorable Speaker, you saw the other time when we were attacked by this corona, His Excellency, the President spoke and the country listened. I'm wondering why he has not spoken for this country to listen. Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament will talk, other agencies will talk, but fighting corruption, we need to be clear and truthful to ourselves. The president must speak and we must see action. Because I've given you an example. Many things have happened and the president speaks once. The other day we could not move out of our homes. Right Honorable Speaker, the agencies are many. When you assess what they have done, really, it's very little. Honorable Sechikubo talked about the money recovered. It's very little. We are talking about the laws, Right Honorable Speaker. The laws are in place. Okay, we can improve on them, but they're in place. But in actual sense, we need to see action. For instance, why would you appoint a minister who has been censured and you appoint him again? Let me stop there, Honorable Speaker. We can talk and talk.
Honorable members, as invited by the Minister of Ethics, on which date? Thursday? On a Thursday, the President will speak to the nation on corruption. And if you want to hear from the President, he will speak to the nation on corruption. Cecilia.
My name is Atim Ogwal Cecilia Barbara.
Miss Uganda.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on corruption. When a member of parliament commented that he has been in this parliament for 20 years, I felt a bit shy because I could have stayed probably longer than him in parliament. So the song is talking about, I've heard them every year, singing the same song. And do you call it the choir master? It's almost the same. They rarely change the choir master, and the members of the choir remain the same. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious matter. So we have to change our own method if we are to make an impact in fighting corruption. First of all, my understanding is that corruption doesn't have one face. When we talk about corruption, people think misuse, that is directed to misuse of resources which you are supposed to manage in the offices where you are assigned responsibility. That's where people generally focus on, but they forget bigger areas which are taking more resources. And allow me just to ask a few questions. How do you place, for example, tribalism, nepotism, and favoritism, which is almost like a normal practice in this country? How do you place? Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to ask these questions. Nepotism, tribalism, favoritism, you know it is with us. We take resources to pay these people. There are so many institutions, there are so many offices which are being created where we have to pay the personnel running those offices. And you know them. And we prefer to keep quiet because sometimes we feel that the authority that be cannot be challenged. We are making a mistake. The authority that be need to be advised on the right thing to do. That's my role, and that's the role of Parliament. We should actually take the courage to say, Mr. King or Miss King or Miss Queen, you are naked, so that the king can check himself or the queen can check herself. I think that's my role. And we have talked about the leadership code. Right Honorable Speaker, who has audited the leadership? I mean, the reports that we get from the leaders. Anybody that is paid a salary from the taxpayers' account must fill that form. All of us fill those forms. How comes we have heard of stories or we read of stories where we have ghost staff? Who creates the ghost staff? If you are supposed to fill the form and tell us what you have, if you at your house, can you be paid by the
Semakula, government chief whip, and we are in Lob. I mean, leader of opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, fighting corruption is not an individual responsibility. It requires teamwork. In a country like Uganda, why corruption is so rampant is because there is no political will to fight it. The day we wake up and make corruption very risky like Chinese do it, you will not see it anymore. In Uganda, we come and talk about corruption every day, but we walk the talk. Every day, everyone is talking about corruption, but we walk the talk. Even the institutions that are supposed to fight corruption, they are less facilitated. How do you expect them to do their work? You go to institutions like a police, Right Honorable Speaker, you see even the way how our police as an institution sleep. They sleep like refugees, and you expect them to do the obligation. You go to the office of the IGG, they get a part of, I think, of 100 million. Yes, it is us who appropriate to such institutions. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Semakula.
Yes.
But if us who do appropriation are not given what we have appropriated for ourselves for committee work, we are not being facilitated as Parliament, which is doing the appropriation. So that is part of the corruption.
So, yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the majority of the leaders in this country who are supposed to fight this vice of corruption are the most corrupt people. I always look at them when they are joking.
Honorable Nambeshe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was impressed with the minister and her statement when she enumerated a number of corruption fighting institutions, those agencies, they are quite a number. And Madam Speaker, countries that have successfully fought corruption, they have had a positive conspiracy within institutions, where criminal justice institutions, which are to fight corruption, conspire or agree to nip it in the bud. But Madam Speaker, in Uganda is a complete opposite. I remember the testimony that was given by the predecessor of the current IGG. She was frustrated and complained that the big fish, whenever she would step on their toes, they would run behind the back of His Excellency the President. So I imagined that with the creation of the
Did you
State
confirm
House,
that it was true?
it
Because
was
that
true.
was a hearsay.
It was awash in all
It was an
print
allegation.
and electronic media.
It was an allegation. It is, you can't confirm that that was true.
Madam Speaker, if I were required to adduce factual evidence, but I cannot challenge your word, Madam Speaker, so to speak. Madam Speaker, in neighboring countries, which I may not even mention, where they have tried their best to nip corruption in the bud, the silver bullet has been political will. Even where you would see a serious, surreptitious hand of dictatorship in that country, it is benevolent dictatorship. It is meant to. Madam Speaker, just one split second. And in Tanzania, for instance, the late John Pombe Magufuli, I've requested fought corruption, and that's how they deliver that country to middle income status. Madam Speaker, we blame, for instance, Adolf Hitler of Nazi Germany for Holocaust. But we have another form of Holocaust in this country, whereby you see even some of the projects that are being mentioned in the statement, failure to deliver vaccines, failure, for instance, to build roads, or even roads that are being built like the one of Tororo Mbare Soroti. Its quality was compromised through corruption. The carnage on that road, so many people that we lose. In fact, corruption has caused many more people to die than the Nazi German Holocaust, which we normally condemn.
Members, by the way, even just using the mic without being allowed is corruption. And when you're paid salary as a member of parliament, you, from the time the parliament started, you're not coming to parliament, you can't account for that money, that is still corruption. You go to districts, we have equipments that are supposed to be used for working on the roads. The cows, the engineers are hiring them away. That is still corruption. Corruption is not just like what we think. Leader of opposition, Honorable Anywa, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Akel Rose Lily is one of the fair humans gracing the front bench. The time I've seen her around this House of Parliament, she tries really to be fair on herself. And reading this statement, you could see the soul of a human dispirited with the weight of what he's carrying, and I can understand, but don't give up, Honorable Minister. And I want to invite you to do basic things that can make the corrupt rethink their corruption model. One of the simple things you can do is not to hold that function in Kororo, for starters. That money that you've been given to hold that function, donate it to the victims of corruption. They are all over the country. We know where they are. If you want to know, I can identify for you some of the victims of runaway corruption in this country and donate that money. I'm sure it is in millions. It can be donated. Let me first help the Honourable Minister before she loses her spirit on the corrupt. She needs this, and I'm advising her to donate that money and do not hold that Kororo function. That function in Kororo, the corrupt will come and mock you, so don't organize them to assemble around you. They will come and sneer at you because they know you are doing nothing. So as part of contempt for the corrupt, don't hold that function. Donate that money and they will know that you are protesting. Secondly, you need money to do your job. I appreciate. Please go and make a request. Bring it here. How I wish your money came in the supplementary. Instead, the supplementary was riddled with corruption tendencies. And you could see that things were not right. Please go and bring the money here and request to help you and do your job. Thirdly, Honourable Speaker, this House of Parliament has handled so many reports from PAC, COSASE, and other committees. They are gathering dust, and there are no treasury memoranda coming from government on action taken. Honourable Speaker, I think time has come for us to reject a budget until all treasury memoranda is furnished with the Parliament. Because if these reports are indictments of the corrupt, then we go ahead and send them more money to go and lay the stash away. It's an application of our duty as Parliament. You know, Honourable Speaker, before we go for the cash, we can start with the basic things. As a House of Parliament, we pass legislation. How much attention do we give to scrutiny of the bills before us, to rid them of tendencies that will tempt people into corruption? If we abdicate that, first things first. Last but not least, Honourable Speaker, very, very clear. The minister will not manage this alone. You need civil society, you need the media, you need the public. The public is impoverished. If you plotted a linear model, you put poverty on the vertical and corruption on the horizontal. The two are moving in the same direction. The higher the poverty, the higher the levels of corruption. That's why the corrupt end up in public offices as politicians. Because they meet an impoverished population. They compromise it, they overwhelm them. Are we able to lift the lives of the poor people and empower them to shun the corrupt and deny them votes? Relatedly, on the other paper, Honourable Speaker, there's a debate, a pending debate for a whole week about the shrinking civic space. The minister wants the participation of civil society and everyone. But your same government is hounding civil society groups that are fighting corruption. So do you need their help? And you are fighting them, you are closing them down illegally. So if you need their support, please move and be their defender. You want the support of the media. The media is hunted. Journalists are beaten. And the corrupt are silent about it because the corrupt are powerful. Honourable Speaker, the minister will have everybody's support. Please, if you don't have support in the cabinet, protest and leave. We shall receive you and embrace you as citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Wanywa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues. this is one of the topics that actually should bring the House together. Yes, I've also been here in the House for a while, but I just want to appeal to this August House that if we are looking at corruption, maybe we should have a simplified way, a definition of what corruption is about. Let's have that definition in its own simple terms. It could be that you are reaping from where you have not sown. You are earning more than you are contributing. And then we try to see how it applies. And let's start with leadership. Let it start with me. Because we must lead by example, colleagues. Two, in my view, the issue of corruption is a mindset, as the colleague said, but it is a moral sin. And the moral sin has no boundary. When we classify the big and the small, we lose direction on that. A sin is a sin. Small or big is wrong. Let's have it. Because if we go defensive, we go on looking for big and leave the small, we lose it out. We must go back to our roots. The societal unit where you and me came from. The family unit. What are we producing to this country? What are we ushering in the community? Garbage in, garbage out. I requested that we should start with our own self, with the societal family unit. What are we ushering in? If you find that the corruption is even starting with your own, a wife doesn't know what the man is doing, the man doesn't know what the wife is doing, the child is even corrupting the parents, that's where the starting point. Can we go back and rectify our moral fibers? Then as a government, whatever instrument is in place, let's all of us take advantage of that. Because if, God forbid, my creator came back here at this point, I don't know how many will be saved from the fire. We shall all perish. So I want us, when we are talking about corruption, maybe we resist, we start soul searching, start with ourselves, and then we say, let me do my part, then my next neighbor will help me do that, then the government in totality, we shall overcome. Otherwise, colleagues, if we go with the mentality of saying, pointing the big, the small, we lose it. It is all of us, and then we shall arrest it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lily.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the colleagues for the contributions they have made. And I want to thank everybody who has said whatever good ideas. And as a Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, we are there to work for all the citizens of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to make one comment that corruption, which we have talked of, is a vice that all of us must fight. It is not only government, but it should be all of us, beginning from the village level up to the national level. And corruption works together with the loss of morals. There's a lot of moral decadence in our country, and that's why the corruption is beginning from. I want to thank Right Honorable Speaker. You stated well and said, corruption is not only about money. Corruption is even deceiving your own child. Corruption is even deceiving your own wife in the bedroom, in the family, in the house. So if we change that mindset, then the corruption of the money will also be handled. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank all members, and I want to pray that let's unite, let's put our hands together to fight this vice. It is real, it is happening, and the blame is for all of us, honorable members. I want to thank you once more, and all of you are welcome. All of you are welcome to Kololo, 9th December 2021. Thank you so much, and I want to thank my good friend there is laughing, Leader of Opposition. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister, thank you. As you said, corruption effects are all over the society. Preventing corruption unlocks the progress towards development, attaining the sustainable development goals. It helps all of us in terms of creating jobs, achieving the gender equality, and securing a wider access to essential services like health, education, we've talked about it, the roads, all those kind of things. And once we agree as Parliament, as community, that we are all going to fight against this vice, then we will be able to reduce it. And as Parliament, we are committed to supporting the institutions that fight corruption. Anytime you need support of Parliament, we are available for you, and we'll work together to ensure that we reduce the vice. I want to thank you so much and wish you the best of the celebration. Next item.
Item number 5, statement by the Leader of Opposition on the current state of the education sector.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. This statement is moved under Rule 53(1) of our Rules of Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker, to bring the honorable members to scratch. The opposition is under constitutional obligation to hold government in check, but also to offer alternatives. We have, for the last 2 months, been requesting for the front bench to come and share with us a situational analysis for our input on this very dicey critical sector, to no avail. Right Honorable Speaker, we elected to move and offer our thoughts for the House process, and accordingly move to secure this sector. Right Honorable Speaker and members, education is a key component of social growth, economic development, and transformation. However, the COVID-19 pandemic poses serious threats to access to education in Uganda, and innovative solutions are needed to support this sector. The lockdowns that were instituted to contain the spread of the pandemic, Right Honorable Speaker, disrupted learning across all over the sector. Pre-primary institutions were completely closed down, while phased learning was undertaken in primary, secondary, vocational, and tertiary institutions between the first and second wave of the pandemic. I want to move to make a few comments on key variables that we need to look at to be able to evaluate the way forward for this sector. The first one are the stalled cohorts, Right Honorable Speaker. This has adversely affected learning goals and progress of students and pupils. While some learners progressed and eventually sat for their national examinations, Others have stalled in the same classes for 2 years. Consequently, many students are uncertain on whether they are to remain in the same class when classes resume, or will be promoted without completing the curriculum of their respective pre-lockdown classes. This has been a cause of anxiety among students, parents, and stakeholders, right, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Education and Sports is silent on how the situation will be addressed and has failed to offer leadership on the same. 2, learning materials. Using funding from Global Partnership for Education, the ministry developed a preparedness and response plan, a facilitation fund equivalent to US $14.7 million, approximately 52 billion Uganda shillings, was given to facilitate the continuity of education of learning framework. With this fund, learners in government schools received free study materials, unlike those in private schools. This raised issues of discrimination, right, Honorable Speaker. A supplementary budget of 48 billion for procurement and supply of a second set of study materials for learners during the lockdown was passed on 18th November 2021, right, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Education intends to use the new set of learning materials to complete the syllabus for each class. This procurement is coming just less than 6 weeks before the learners report back to school. Right, Honorable Speaker. 3, financial support to private school proprietors. The Ministry of Education, before the Committee of Education, presented a paper, and among the highlighted issues was that government has established a small business recovery fund equivalent of 200 billion Ugandan shillings to be administered by participating financial institutions across the country to provide concessional credit to business affected by COVID-19. He informed the committee that the education sector may also benefit, the word may also benefit from this intervention. It should be noted, right, Honorable Speaker, that given the number of schools requiring financial support, the facility is too insufficient to accommodate the respective loan requests. 4, in the phase of this lockdown, which we've called the confusing status of learners under the lockdown, right, Honorable Speaker. Due to delayed school opening, there is stagnancy in the system. Cohorts of learners who had just begun term 1 of primary 1, 2, and 3 in 2020 are still stuck at home 20 months later. These pupils, who are estimated at 4 million in total, have not interfaced with a teacher for 84 weeks. Cohorts of pupils whose ages made them qualify for admission in primary 1 in 2021, estimated at 1.3 million children, are also waiting for their first day in class. Another cohort is expected of approximately 1.3 million children whose ages will be qualifying them for enrollment into primary 1 in 2022. In total, an estimated 6 million children of age ready to go to primary 1, 2, and 3, as compared to pre-COVID lockdown capacity of 4 million learners in the 3 lower primary class intake, are waiting for guidance. The combined total of real and potential primary 1, 2, and 3 learners is estimated at 6 million compared to the pre-lockdown capacity of an estimated 4 million learners in all schools. This alone, right, Honorable Speaker, should make us worried of how schools will cope with additional classroom space, teachers, and other related requirements. Right, Honorable Speaker, the same challenge facing primary 1, 2, and 3 of 2020 is also prevailing with senior 1 and 2 of the same year. These two classes had only commenced studies for a few weeks when the second lockdown was announced. This also affects the tertiary institutions, where all non-finalists of 2020 had just been a few weeks in their special terms or semesters of study when the second lockdown was announced. Mr. Speaker, the face of increased teenage pregnancies and uncouth behavior. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted on all aspects of life in Uganda, resulting in loss of jobs, disruption in access to health and social services. But no group has felt the effects of the pandemic more than adolescent girls. According to the United Nations Population Fund, October 2021 statistics, a total of 354,736 teenage pregnancies were registered in 2020, and 196,499 in the first 6 months of 2021. I do not know where we are after an extra 4 months, right, Honorable Speaker. This poses a vast threat to learning continuity, as most of these young mothers may not find it convenient to go back to school once schools reopen. Idleness coupled with growing physical features have led to learners indulging in bad social habits, including taking alcohol, taking banned drugs, sexual relationships, putting their lives in danger, and outright criminality. But, Honorable Speaker, discrepancies in teachers and instructors' remuneration. But, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic-related lockdown has divided teachers and instructors in two categories that require our efforts to intervene as Parliament. One, whereas teachers and non-teaching staff in the government schools still earn their monthly salaries, their counterparts in private institutions are not earning. According to a recent memo supplied by the Committee on Education by the National Private Schools Teachers Association, private institutions employ 350,000 teaching staff. Due to lack of earnings, many are deserting the teaching profession and mainly reverting into informal business, such as bricklaying, selling chapatis, riding borders, among others. Right, Honorable Speaker. Those that are unable to find alternative sources of income have completely lost livelihood. In each of the 350 teachers, if each of them had 4 dependents, a total of 1.4 million people are adversely affected by the loss of earning. 2, last year in his address, the President pledged to provide a revolving fund of 20 billion to help private teachers affected by the pandemic. This fund was geared at assisting teachers to diversify their sources of income through establishing enterprises of their own. Right, Honorable Speaker, there has been confusion in the leadership of the various teachers associations, and therefore the fund remains a pipe dream. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the state of schools. Unlike government schools that largely rely on public funding, private education institutions depend on revenue collected from fees. Due to closure of schools, proprietors of private education institutions are no longer earning. Many have been choked by loans. They have been forced to close business or convert their premises into other sources of income, such as shops and rentals. This raises a concern of a roaming deficit of education infrastructure in the country, right, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, government has failed to articulate how it will fill the infrastructure gaps and sustain the teaching profession. According to education and sports sector basic stats for 2021, the substantial number of education institutions in Uganda are privately owned. Their collapse will leave a huge gap and a dent in the education sector that is bound to last for years. For instance, out of the 20,305 primary schools, 8,269, which is 41%, are privately owned. Out of the 2,995 secondary schools, 1,937, which is 65%, are privately owned. Out of the 275 post-primary institutions, 143, which is 55%, 52%, are privately owned. Out of 53 universities, 44, which is 83%, are privately owned. Right, Honourable Speaker. For the few private education institutions shouldering on, they are burdened by overhead costs amidst nil revenues. These include maintenance of buildings and grounds, maintenance of security, electricity, minimum wages for staff, among others. The Ministry of Education in 2020 directed all pre-primary and primary schools resuming operations post-lockdown at the time that they could only operate either as day or boarding schools, admitting their discretion to offer both. Unfortunately, the guidelines do not restrict school to their original offering, with the result that learners who attended their schools would shift to boarding, meaning higher fees in order to remain in school or transferring to a more affordable day school elsewhere. Inequalities in the education sector, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has intensified inequalities in the education sector, right, Mr. Speaker. International schools easily adapted to the new normal and continued with their studies online. On the other hand, studies in national schools were crippled by lack of training and electronic gadgets, access to the internet, access to power, capacity, and students from access to power, and students from different households are not able to access education. As a consequence, students in international schools are progressing normal in higher classes, while those in national schools are stalled at home. Unfortunately, little effort has been undertaken by government to address this inequality. The Ministry of Education has not addressed the discrepancy in the school fees charged by public schools, which raises the question about government's regulation of public school fees. Right, Honourable Speaker, I have provided a discrepancy in one of the government schools in Ibuikwe, which charges 50,000 as school fees, and in another public school in Kumi, which charges 210, and all are government schools. Right, Honourable Speaker, there is a problem. 6, as I conclude, Honourable Speaker, changes in teacher education policy. In March 2021, the Ministry of Education and Sports reportedly, according to its spokesperson, phased out recruitment of certificate and diploma holder teachers. It is reported that 23 out of the 46 primary teachers colleges in Uganda are immediately being phased out, leaving only core PTCs. The remaining 22 core PTCs are being converted into constituent colleges of Shimon University of Education and are to be referred to as Uganda National Institute of Teacher Education. All new student teachers will be admitted on degree program only. Diploma and certificate holder teachers together form a single largest former employee category in Uganda. The National Budget Framework Paper for 2021-22 puts the total wage bill for government employees at 5.1 trillion, of which 1.4 trillion is for primary and secondary school teachers in various local governments. Right, Honourable Speaker, changing employment terms to the largest employment category goes to the core of the economy, particularly adversely affecting tax revenue. Right, Honourable Speaker, the current in-post teachers employed in both private and public schools deserve fairness and equity in terms of minimum requirements for teaching, promotion, and remuneration. Specifically, private school teachers who have spent almost 2 years with no formal earning are now being required to acquire graduate qualifications. Is a very unfair policy shift, Honourable Speaker. The education authorities, including the Ministry of Education and Sports, are conspicuously silent regarding post-lockdown education policy to guide parents, teachers, and student teachers in teacher training colleges and other learners for adequate planning. But Mr. Speaker, what I'm talking about here is that what will happen to those student teachers who are already found in these colleges are now hanging? Should they go home as dropouts? What is the transition for them? But Mr. Speaker, requiring primary and secondary teachers possess a degree comes with responsibility to government to technically and financially support both private and public school in-post teachers to undertake graduate training. But Mr. Speaker, the enumeration of teachers according to the type of subject taught and ability of such teachers to finance their own undergraduate education is an unfair policy to teachers and to teachers of humanities, teachers of arts subjects with a significantly lower pay compared to science teachers have no incentive and means of meeting the cost of upgrading their profession training to acquire degrees. Our recommendations, finally, Mr. Speaker, public schools should be permitted immediate access to a defined percentage of their releases, the capitation grants, ahead of time to take care of the much needed renovations so that school environment is prepared for teaching and learning. This is premised on the fact that whereas quarterly releases of capitation grants has been ongoing during lockdown, but withheld pending school reopening. Disbursement of these withheld funds will help the school administrators to pay for outstanding bills and also make procurements required to make schools ready to operate. During this lockdown, Mr. Speaker, schools have faced many cases of vandalism due to lack of security personnel, dilapidation because of lack of maintenance, and the general rundown of school infrastructure and structures. This same capitation grant should be used to procure hand temperature guns, hand washing machines and soap, and other sanitary facilities like water tanks, which will be used in the adherence of the COVID-19 SOPs. 2, a comprehensive resurgence plan for the education sector should immediately be presented to Parliament, indicating the actual dates when schools will be opened for scrutiny and appropriation of required funds undertaken. Because a general date has been given as 10th. So what is the pre-10th situation for schools, Mr. Speaker, is the question we are raising. The school inspection program at local government level should also be revamped, adequately funded to ensure responsive and continued human capital development. 3, the comprehensive resurgence plan presented to Parliament should include clear policy guidelines on teacher qualification upgrade and how current in-post teachers in private and public schools would be supported to attain the now set minimum academic qualification of a degree. 4, with the IMF loan equivalent of $1 billion, of which the first tranche of $258 million has been released, and with the expected allocation by the end of December, a credit line through UDB should be established to support some of the struggling private schools. For example, all nursery schools are privately owned and yet of great value to the addition to the educational structure in the country because part of the officialdom in education progression, Mr. Speaker. 5, review the tax policy to offer tax relief to private education institutions for at least a year. This would free resources of indebted institutions towards fulfilling loan obligations, facilitate reinvestment, or attract new investors into the education sector. Mr. Speaker. 6, on the 23rd September 2020, the Minister responsible for education issued a special directive in a circular to all private schools and institutions of learning, barring them from hiking school fees. A maximum threshold of school fees and relevant requirements to enable parents who are just begin to find some bit of stabilization after lockdown was set. A clear plan on how schools are going to ensure compliance over the same should be provided. Mere pronouncements will not add up, Mr. Speaker. 7, the Ministry of Education and Sports should officially clarify on the proposed selective increment of salaries for some categories of teachers. This follows the announcement that Cabinet had on 23rd August 2021 approved 4 million as the wage for science teachers, 2 million above the salary of a head teacher, causing a lift between science teachers on one part and teachers in humanities on another. This was further emphasized by the President in his address to the teachers on the World Teachers' Day celebrations on 12th October 2021 at Kololo. This proposed, Right Honorable Speaker, of selective salary increment is now threatening to break down school administrations, as lower rank employees are paid significantly better than their supervisors. We support that there is equal remuneration of workers of the same qualifications and experience. For example, graduate science teachers and those of humanities of the same experience should receive the same pay. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition. And I want to thank you for the alternative policies that you always give us. I can for now say that what is out there, that schools are opening on 10th January 2022, but that is under God's mercy. It's not anybody's making that schools were closed, was out of COVID-19. Would have all loved our children to study, but COVID-19 has been a challenge to all of us, not only in Uganda, and that should be understood by everybody. But I also want to thank the President and the Minister of Education for really offering leadership at that time of closure of schools. I can say I'm one of the people who suffered out of that. That my daughter got COVID at school, came back home, everybody was infected. So leadership was really offered at that time, at the right time, and we must appreciate that. And it is also our responsibility as leaders. We need to go out there and mobilize people to do vaccination. Everybody must be vaccinated. The third wave, I am told, is terrible. So if the third wave comes back, we may end up staying with our children. And it will become serious and people are not vaccinated. We really need to mobilize people to be vaccinated and have everybody outside to follow SOPs. And Minister of Education, you have something to say?
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Leader of Opposition for making this statement on the floor. And I also want to thank you for the statement that you have just made. And I believe, yes, some of the suggestions and the way forward that he has presented are what we are really working upon. And I want to say that together, because it's not one person's making, it's not one person's entity, it's a collective responsibility. Together, we should be able to really ensure that we have a sustainable and safe reopening of schools. As I conclude, I want to say yes, as he said, at appropriate time, my ministry will present a statement, but what is clear is that come 10th January 2022, schools, pre-primary, primary, and secondary levels will all reopen, and all our children will be at school. We are much aware, as he has said, the tertiary health training institutions and the universities are really, as of now, operating quite well. But we all have to work together to ensure that the huge population of children that are yet to come in January, we sustain the opening of the school and we have them safe. And we pledge to work together with all of them so that we have a safe reopening. I thank him and I thank you all. Thank you.
Leader of opposition, once again, I want to thank you for giving us alternative policies. And when you give us this kind of alternative policies, where there is a gap, we're able to correct. And where we can appreciate, we do appreciate whatever is happening. It's not because we cannot do it, but when it comes from you, let's fight this together. Politics aside, education for our children is for our children. Let's work together, opposition together with the ruling government. Let's work together and make sure vaccination is done, SOPs are done, children go back to school, all those kind of things. Next item. Procedure.
Madam Speaker, it concerns us as a house, especially when people are yearning to be vaccinated, including teachers and the students. But the much hyped presence of vaccines is not there in most of the countryside. Bududa is one of those areas where most people have received the first jab of AstraZeneca, and they are waiting for donkey years. They don't see the second. The vaccines are not there. And Madam Speaker, therefore, as a matter of procedure, as the minister gives us hope, wouldn't it be procedurally proper for her to give, now that there are gaps pertaining to availability of vaccines, to come out with a clear school reopening plan? Because if it is 10th, and by now, most of these places, country, they do not have vaccines, do we surely have a risk-free strategy in schools? Are we proceeding well, Madam Speaker?
This issue was discussed the other day with the Minister of Health, and the issue of vaccines was being discussed exhaustively, and it's being handled. It's unfortunate you're not in, and we understand why you're not in. We sympathize with you, but it was discussed. Next item.
Item number 7, bill second reading, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Special Provisions Bill 2021.
Honorable members, the report on this bill was presented to the House on 24th November, but it was not read. We have two reports. We have the main report, and then we have the minority report. I'm going to ask the chairperson of the committee to come and present, give us a summary. Give us a summary of the report, just the observations and recommendations, and then on the minority report also the same.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the guidance that since I laid this report here on table and indeed uploaded it to the honorable members, I believe most of them have gone through it. And as per your guidance, I am going to give a précis of our report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to present a report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, Special Provisions Bill 2021. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the bill in accordance with the Rule 189C of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, Special Provisions Bill 2021 seeks to enable certain provisions of the Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, signed between the Republic of Uganda and the United Republic of Tanzania, and the host government agreement signed between the government of Uganda and the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Company Limited to facilitate the development and implementation of the East African Crude Oil Pipeline project in Uganda. The committee examined the bill and received written submissions from 20 stakeholders as indicated in the annex to our report. The committee further reviewed relevant documents, including sector laws and policies, the host government agreement, the intergovernmental agreement, the tariff and transportation agreement, the environmental social impact assessment report and permits, sector agreement, resettlement action plan report, ministerial policy statements, and various presentations made to the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, our committee made general observations and recommendations. Allow me first and foremost to highlight that the bill is divided into 13 parts and 2 schedules. Part 1 of the bill is the preliminary, providing for the commencement of the bill, application and purpose of the act, and interpretation of terms and definitions. Part 2 of the bill provides for the transportation tariff. Part 3 is on security. Part 4 covers the title to the petroleum and payments in kind. Part 5 is on antitrust and other competition-related matters. Part 6 provides for project authorizations. Part 7 is on land rights. Part 8 provides for national content requirements. Part 9 is on insurance and reinsurance. Part 10 handles non-interruption of project activities. Part 11 provides for third-party access to the project. Part 12 is on decommissioning of the project. Part 13 covers miscellaneous issues. And there are 2 schedules to the bill. Schedule 1 is on insurance, and Schedule 2 is on agreed fiscal regime. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, allow me now to go to clause by clause and give a summary of what is entailed in our report. Clause 1 is on commencement. This clause of the bill seeks to grant retrospective commencement of the early project activities in order to ensure that preliminary project activities that have taken place since the 1st of January 2016, including public works and associated costs undertaken by the investors prior to signing of the agreement, are brought under the bill. The committee noted that the total cost of the early project activities is United States dollars 428,190,000, and that these early project activities have been listed in the statutory instrument number 59 of 2020. A more detailed analysis of this clause is contained in our report under paragraph 8.1 on page 9 of that report. The committee therefore recommends that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, clause 2 is on application. The clause provides for application of the bill and is to the effect that the bill shall apply to the ECO project. The committee observed that there was need to clarify that the bill shall only be applicable to the eco project premised in the Ugandan territory, given the cross-border nature of the project. In that regard, therefore, the committee recommends that clause 2 be amended to specify that the bill's application is limited to eco project in Uganda. And I want to refer honorable colleagues to page 9, paragraph A2 of our main report. Clause 4 is on interpretation. This is the interpretation clause of the bill. It defines the key terms used in the bill. The committee observed that given the technical nature of the eco bill, there is need for the terms to be used. There is need for the terms to be used to mirror their usage in the host government agreement. The committee recommends that the clause stands part of the bill with amendments to define the terms used throughout the bill that were not initially defined. And honorable colleagues, I want to refer you to paragraph 8.3 on page 10 of our detailed report. Clause 5 is on transportation tariff. This clause of the bill seeks to set the tariff regime agreed upon by the parties under Article 11.8 of the host government agreement. The clause provides for two tariff regimes. The first regime applies to the crude oil from the existing Ugandan oil fields, estimated at 1,046 million barrels at a rate of 12.77 US dollars per barrel, and adjusted each year, starting from the first anniversary of the first commercial delivery of petroleum at the exit point of the ECOP system. Upon achieving the milestone of producing 1,046 million barrels, the second transportation tariff shall apply. This new transportation tariff shall be determined for the additional crude oil produced with the guarantee that none of the costs incurred by the pipeline company prior to the 1,046 million barrels milestone will be considered in the calculation of the new tariff. The tariff shall be approved by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. My committee observed that the state was already bound by this term, which was meant to ensure that the pipeline operates at the least cost. Furthermore, the fixed tariff regime transfers significant risk like cost escalation and overruns the project investors, and without this clause, the fixed tariff would be unlawful. The committee recommends that clause 5 should be amended, that the clause seeks to set the tariff and not fix the same, and a schedule that lists the components of the breakdown of the tariff be added. The transportation tariff, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is discussed in detail under paragraph 8.4 on page 11 of our main report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, clause 6 is on security. This clause of the bill seeks to operationalize clause 45, 4, and 5 of the host government agreement. It proposes that the project company and project participants be permitted to grant security of any description over their shares in the project company and the eco project. The security envisioned under the clause is enforceable by lenders. Clause 6 further disapplies section 34 and 74 of the Public Finance Management Act, as well as section 50 of the Petroleum Refining, Conversion, Transmission, and Midstream Storage Act. The committee observed that in order to facilitate the full participation of Uganda National Oil Company as a shareholder in the ECO project, the right to have security taken over its shares in ECOP Limited needs to be activated for equal treatment with other shareholders. It would therefore be rightly put that without disapplying the above section of the PFMA, Article 45, 4 and 5 of the host government agreement would not be effective. It's therefore on this premise that the committee recommends that clause 6 should stand part of the bill with an amendment to require approval of Parliament at every act of borrowing by the project company, which approval shall be given within 14 days. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I refer you to paragraph 8.5 on page 14 of our detailed report. Right Honorable Speaker, clause 7 is on title to petroleum. This clause of the bill seeks to give effect to Article 11, 11A and I of the host government agreement, which requires the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC, to hold the legal and the beneficial title to the crude oil arising from the state participating interest under the production sharing agreement, PSAs, and 15% arising from the state participation in ECOP. This is to ensure that UNOC can meet its obligations, including payments of its cash calls under the PSA, payments of tariff in kind, and meeting the advanced tariff requirements under the Tariff and Transportation Agreement, TTA. The committee observed that it's imperative that a distinction is made between the upstream and midstream share of Uganda's oil arising from the PSA on the one hand,
Chair.
and arising from its participating
Chair, we
interest.
got this report 2 weeks back and we've read it. Can you summarize?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. Now on clause 8, which is payment in kind, the committee recommends that clause 8 stands part of the bill. However, with amendments to mandate UNOC to submit a copy of the records of the petroleum received and paid in kind to the Minister, the Uganda Revenue Authority, to the Secretary to the Treasury, to the Accountant General and the Auditor General, and also to guarantee that where payment in kind is made, risk should pass with the title and loss must fall where it is due, but not vested on Uganda National Oil Company. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I refer you to paragraph 8.7 on page 18 of our main report. On clause 9, antitrust and other competition-related matters, the committee recognizes the need for section 32 and 35A of the Midstream Act, whose application would have prevented the effective operation of the ECOP system to be disapplied in place of the robust and competition provision agreed upon in the host government agreement. The committee thus recommends that this clause stands part of the bill. I refer you to paragraph 8.8 on page 20 of our report. Right Honorable Speaker, on clause 10, project authorization, the committee observed that this clause does not provide for the impact of gross environment and human rights violations by the project company on the authorizations. The committee further noted that clause 10.2 of the bill undermines section 141 of the National Environmental Act and Regulation 18 of the National Environment Waste Management Regulations 2020. I refer you to page 21, paragraph 8.9 of our report. The committee therefore recommends that clause 10 be amended to provide for the impact of gross human rights and environmental violations compliance with the National Environment Act of 2019 and subsequent regulations, as well as setting parameters to determine and specify what amounts to substantial modifications. On clause 11, land rights. While the committee was examining this clause, the issue of compensation of project affected persons arose, and the committee noted with concern that the land acquisition for the eco project was commenced, but in breach of the principles of prior, prompt, and adequate compensation. The committee therefore recommends that the clause be subject to Article 26 of the Constitution and the Land Acquisition Act. The implication of this is that the project affected persons shall have the remedies provided for under the Constitution in case of further breach of this right, as well as remedies provided for in the Land Acquisition Act. And I refer you to paragraph 90 on our report, page 23. Clause 14 is on principles for developing and implementing national content plans. The committee recommended that clause 14.4 should be redrafted to reflect the fact that it refers to annual national content plans for Uganda, and clause 14.3c should be deleted. Clause 15 is on registration on the national supplier database. And this clause provides for registration of Uganda entities in national supplier database. The committee observed that clause 15.2 contravenes the spirit behind the national supplier database and will be abused by project companies. It is inconsistent with section 53.4 of the Petroleum Midstream Storage Act of 2013, which provides that where goods and services are not available in Uganda, they shall, where possible, be provided by a company which has entered into a joint venture with a Ugandan company. Due to the aforementioned reason, the committee recommends that clause 15.2 should be deleted, and I refer you to page 26, paragraph 9.3 of the report. On clause 16, which is on selection of contractors during the contract phase, the committee, this clause provides for selection of contractors during the construction phase. The committee was concerned that this clause seeks to suspend regulations 9 and 15 of Petroleum Midstream Storage Act, National Content Regulations 2016, in as far as their application to the eco project during the construction phase is concerned. And this is because the regulations seeks to suspend are the hallmark of the national content in procurement process in the midstream project. And it is therefore on this premise that the committee recommends that clause 16.3 be deleted. Clause 24 on reserved contracts. The committee recommends that clause 24 stands part of the bill with the amendment to include professional services in order to ensure equality. In quality, the term professional services should also be defined under the interpretation clause. The committee further recommends that the minister furnishes Parliament with the cost of the reserved contracts. And I refer you to page 28 of our main report. Clause 25 is on joint ventures with the local partners. The committee's concern with this clause is that conditions set out in clause 25.2 that Ugandan parties must meet in order to be parties to a joint venture are excessively harsh and restricting. Fulfilling the set out conditions is equivalent to being capable of supplying the goods, works, or services that the project company seeks to procure. The committee also recognized the need to create an oil and gas incubation fund to promote local entrepreneurs and small and medium enterprises in 6 months. The committee therefore recommends that clause 25 stands part of the bill with the amendments to address the aforementioned concern as referred on page 29 of our report. Clause 29 is on insurance and reinsurance of the eco project. The committee recommends that clause 29 be amended to incorporate the guarantees of the right to a clean and healthy environment enshrined under section 141 of the National Environmental Act. That is on page 30 of our main report. Clause 30 on non-interruption of project activities. The committee recognized the importance of the project activities proceeding uninterrupted and recommended that clause 30 stands part of the bill. Clauses 31 to 34 are on third-party access to the pipeline, and they are guaranteed under clause 30. Yeah, third-party access to the pipeline are guaranteed under those clauses. The committee took cognizance of the fact that these clauses allow third parties to access and export their crude oil through the pipeline. It provides for determination of tariff to be paid by third parties pursuant to guidelines approved by government, which is important in ensuring crude oil from any future discoveries in Uganda can easily be commercialized and is therefore an incentive for further exploration in the country. Clause 35 on applicable regime for decommissioning. This clause of the bill seeks to harmonize the Republic of Uganda's responsibility under the decommissioning plan with that of the United Republic of Tanzania. The committee observed that clause 35 is an enhancement of the position in the Midstream Act, which only considers decommissioning from territorial basis, and as a result, recommends that clause 35 stands part of the bill. Clause 36 is on decommissioning fund. The clause proposes an establishment of a decommissioning fund. Decommissioning is the responsibility of the project, and the purpose of the fund is for monies to be deposited that will cater for the decommissioning. The committee noted that the clause requires depositing to the fund within 5 years after the start of the project. This applies section 44 of the Midstream Act that requires depositing of the fund, among others, after the half-life of the project. In the instant case, it would be after 10 years. The committee found the position in the bill to be more favorable as a result, and recommends that clause 36 stands part of the bill with amendment to provide for better operations of the fund. Clause 38, ALE project activities. This clause provides for the ALE project activities and seeks to bring the activities that were undertaken by the project company to kickstart the eco project under the bill. These include the front-end engineering design study, environmental social impact assessment study, and land acquisition processes. As I summarize, the committee noted that the purpose of clause 38 is to ensure that all project activities are fully undertaken under the law. This will enable the activities to benefit from the incentives to the project. It's on this premise that the committee recommends that clause 38 stands part of the bill with amendment to insert a schedule that lists the ALE project activities, page 37 of our main report. On import and export, in order to remove the aforementioned restrictions, there is need to disapply section 3 and 4 of the External Trades Act that gives force of law to any restrictions. The committee also took cognizance of the fact that customs law of the region is more robust, and therefore it is imperative that the East African Community Customs Management Act of 2004 is referenced. The committee therefore recommends that clause 39 be amended to apply the East African Community Customs Management Act 2004. On clause 41, transfer of rights and obligations, this clause disapplies section 25, 5, and 6 of the Midstream Act, which contains a different application of the concept of decisive control. The clause does not provide for the circumstances the minister can deny approval for the transfer as well as for requirements to provide reasons for the refusal. It is imperative, therefore, that this is specified in the regulations. The committee therefore recommends that the clause stands part of the bill. Clause 42 is on provision of electricity, and the committee was informed that the purpose of this clause was to enable the project company receive electricity for the eco project and construct the required infrastructure without going through the elaborate process of obtaining a license under the Electricity Act of 1999. The committee therefore recommends that the clause 42 be amended to provide that excess associated gas shall be received by the project company at market price, and also delete the phrase on terms and conditions to be agreed with the shippers from clause 42B. For details, I refer you to page 40 of our main report. On fiber optic network, the committee noted that regulatory requirements for the project company, such as having to obtain an additional license outside its core petroleum business in order to provide infrastructure services to the telecom sector, could discourage and or unnecessarily delay the project company's vision and planned project works. The committee therefore recommends that clause 43 stands part of the bill with amendments to ensure that excess fiber optic network is handed over to government so as to form part of the national fiber backbone infrastructure, as opposed to the third-party access. Clause 44, fiscal regime. The committee observed that the fiscal regime provided for under the bill, several tax exemptions and relief provided were made because of the desire to achieve least cost for the eco project. The committee therefore recommends that clause 44 stands part of the bill. Page 44 of our main report. On the supremacy of this act, this clause proposes to give the bill and the subsequent act supremacy over other laws other than the Constitution on the specific matters dealt with in the eco bill. The committee, however, observed that the phrasing of the clause appears to give the bill blanket supremacy over other laws of the Republic of Uganda, save for the Constitution. The committee therefore recommends that the clause be redrafted to qualify the supremacy of the bill. This means that the act takes precedence over all existing laws relating to any matter under this act, and where there is a conflict between this act and any other, this act would prevail. The report also entails the analysis.
There is a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry to put my senior colleague on the procedure matter. Right Honorable Speaker, you rightly guided that the chair should go to summary, which I think that it should have taken us through the observations and the recommendations. But it looks like he's already reading the amendments and the other clause by clause, which I thought that would come at committee stage. Because now, apparently, I don't know what to.
Chair, Chair, what you're reading, you're like we're at committee level.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Honorable colleague for her guidance. And I just want to say that I was actually concluding.
A summary is a summary.
So yes, Right Honorable Speaker, I agree. I tried my level best to make a summary of 67 pages. And I want to say that,
can you conclude?
Based on the report that I've just submitted, the committee recommends that this bill be passed with the proposed amendments. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The minority report is going to be read, and then we'll give a debate for 40 minutes. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to state it from the beginning that from the onset, we support the construction of the East African crude oil pipeline that would help commercialize our nation's unique resource with capacity to transform our society. But pursuant to Rule 205, we have to present some dissenting opinions based on what we observed. And our areas of dissent include the following: the process of scrutinizing the bill. We also observed illegal land acquisition, disclosure of production sharing agreements, and then the scrutiny of the schedules and issues to do with transparency around the viability of the refinery project. Right Honorable Speaker, our major difference with the majority is fundamental on the methodology used to scrutinize the bill. We also observed that the majority recognized this challenge of insufficient information, limited resources to visit and interact with project affected persons, as well as benchmarking in pipeline operating areas. But we were rushed and went in to pass this bill without curing the shortcomings therein. The scrutiny of the bill was strictly limited to presentations and observations made in Kampala. So the project, for example, looking at how the project can produce its own electricity in a country with the potentially high electricity supply, or whether to recommend some shared public facilities between the project and the neighboring communities were not looked at. There was no analytical work undertaken to satisfy ourselves that we were signing on to the best possible alternative in the bill. We did not have a site. We did not establish experiences of operations of a pipeline in countries where pipeline businesses have taken place. And basics of pipeline businesses, we didn't have a chance to look at them. We don't know whether a pipeline, for example, can ordinarily operate for all the 365 days of the year, or there are no hours, or there are no moments when there are down times for such a business to operate. And then when we go to the issue of land rights, yes, the majority report has recognized the need to remain in line with the Article 26 of our Constitution. But currently, the project affected persons are not yet paid, but have been denied the opportunity to use their land as they so wish. Currently, nobody is allowed to use their land for any activity exceeding 3 months. And this has been done since 2018. And we are also not comfortable with the compensation rates of 2018 that have guided the valuation exercise going on now. Very many of the districts had not updated their compensation lists for 2020, and we are wondering what they used to value the land that is going to host the pipeline. So the rates needed to be changed, and in that way, we are proposing that it should be the principle of prior, prompt, and adequate. Encumbering private land without paying for it in a manner prescribed by the Constitution is wrong. much as the majority provides for it, but the actions prior do not suggest so. Right, Honorable Speaker, we recommend that project affected persons be compensated according to the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. And we also recommend that districts update their respective compensation rates, and ECOP applies the updated compensation rates to comply with the constitutional requirements. In addition, under land rights, we observed that there are no provision for redress in case somebody is not satisfied with the compensation process. So we recommend that clause 11.4 be renumbered and modified. Right, Honorable Speaker, clause 25 concerning joint venture with the local partners has had issues. We realize that joint venture with foreign companies is encouraged, but it does not set standards for foreign suppliers. The main report has talked about it, but didn't provide for a change in any statements within the provisions of the bill. Some of the Ugandan companies that got contracts were Ugandan registered companies, but largely foreign owned. For example, in 2018, of the total contracts given to Uganda companies amounting to $27.7 million US, 13.3 million US dollars, equivalent to 49%, were Ugandan companies, but foreign owned. So what are we recommending? We are recommending that a clause that compels the minister to make guidelines that protect national companies from being outcompeted by foreign companies on given contracts be introduced. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also had an issue with the early project activities under Section 38 of the bill. We were well furnished with the activities as listed in Table 1 concerning the costs that form part of the investment profile of the ECO project. We realized that almost $500 million already spent on the pipeline. All that money is already spent. This parliament is being asked to legitimize costs without an audit of these aggregated costs. So we feel that the committee would have been furnished by Minister of Energy and Mineral Development on how this money has been spent. Because look at 256 billion is already spent on land and social work. Much as all that money has been spent, no project affected person has been compensated. So we are wondering what that money was used for, given the fact that a provision for surveys of land and other pre-front engineering designs are already catered for. So we feel as a committee, we needed an audit report on the early project activities in order for us to scrutinize the bill before we legitimize these costs in the bill. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other contentious issue is on 3.5. renegotiated production sharing agreements. section 5.1.3 of the oil and gas policy. The policy seeks to promote high standards of transparency and accountability in licensing, procurement, exploration, development, and production operations, as well as management of revenues from oil and gas. However, in scrutinizing this bill, we did not have an assessment of how much of our crude oil will belong to Uganda. And this one falls short of the letter and spirit of Rule 129. So, in other words, we understand there were renegotiated production sharing agreements, but Parliament is not yet furnished. We have been referred to the library, but we are not sure. We needed a confirmation of the minister on these renegotiated production sharing agreements, because we feel the oil companies have been given a higher share. And Uganda's higher share is in cost recovery, which means Uganda's reduced share per barrel produced. So this makes the production sharing agreements read in Parliament previously irrelevant until the minister tables the renegotiated ones. Paragraph 1.5 of the model production sharing agreements define confidentiality to mean only the section on audit, but does not define the fiscal regime as being part of confidentiality clauses. So we feel the fiscal regime information should be shared, especially with the committee scrutinizing this bill. And we also recognize the fact that on 12th August 2020, Uganda signed on to the Haiti transparency procedure as the 56th member state, which procedure commits signatories to the initiative to publish details of revenues they receive from extractive industry. So we ought to receive information on the entire extractive industry value chain, other than hearsay. We are entitled to unlimited access of redacted copies of production sharing agreements with details of the ownership of the oil to pass through. Right, Honorable Speaker, as it is now, the secret on how much of the crude oil to be transported will belong to Uganda is still shaded in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We therefore recommend the minister responsible for energy to table copies of the most recent renegotiated production sharing agreements. We also had an issue concerning the scrutiny of the schedules. The committee had limited time to review details of schedules. In the limited time available to us, we have noted the following in schedules of the bill. Schedule 2, Part B, 2 and 2. The physical regime considers oil double taxation agreements applicable to favor not just the project company, but broadly the project participants, as well as the level 1 and 2 contractors. Right, Honorable Speaker, a double taxation agreement is a treaty between countries that helps business domiciled in each of the countries that are party to the treaty to forego payments of corporate income tax and tax on property. We observe that this part of the schedule in the ECOP bill helps project participants who are defined to include the pipeline investors, operators, contractors, shippers, finance parties, and off-takers to run away without paying corporate income tax after the 10-year exemption period. So we foresee that government will lose a lot of revenue after the tax exemption when the project is expected to have recovered all its investment costs. So we are recommending that under Schedule 2 Part B, it should be deleted. And we are proposing that literally, we are observing that literally, even after expiry of the income tax holiday, because we are giving this company a tax holiday of 10 years, Uganda may never possibly tax this company's profit because it is still registered with UK. Its headquarters are in UK. And we are worried that generally we shall receive reduced withholding taxes paid by companies in that line. We were informed that in 2014, Uganda lost 2.6 billion in withholding tax due to the double taxation with Mauritius. So we feel that Uganda and the Mauritius example may occur to this company we are contracting after 10 years. The report of the majority recognized the danger posed by the UK-Uganda Double Taxation Act and goes ahead to recommend a review of all 11 active double taxation agreements that Uganda has with other countries, including UK. But the recommended review without timelines attached potentially leaves an observable tax loophole that should have been tied by the ECOP bill. We disagree with our colleagues in the majority because the opportunity to tie this loophole is with us now, is with us in this bill. Let's do it. We can close this gap by amending the schedule to demand that by the 11th year of operation, ECOP is a purely Ugandan registered company. It would enable us to close this clearly observable tax escape route early enough. So our recommendation is that the company is registered and headquartered in Uganda on the first day of the 11th year of operation. Right, Honorable Speaker, we had a dissenting item on transparency around the refinery project. Whereas the ECOP bill is all about the pipeline. An MOU signed between the government of Uganda and joint venture partners that include Talo, Sinok, and Total on 5th February 2014 provided for both a 60,000 barrels per day for the refinery and crude oil pipeline to the sea. The committee just concentrated on the legality of the pipeline and never had a single session to evaluate the two midstream investments jointly. Accordingly, a production schedule that will see the pipeline and refinery share daily input crude oil was supplied, with the assumption that the refinery will take on its daily maximum input equivalent to 60,000 barrels per day. We on our own computed the projected annual share of the crude to be shared into the refinery and the pipeline respectively. And we have that table which gives us the following assumptions. That the first oil is expected at the beginning of 2025. We all concur with that. Production shall begin at a daily average of 195,830 barrels per day. And the peak is expected between the first and fourth year. In the 6th year of production, that is 2030 being our fair estimate. We foresee that pipeline feedstock will decline by a daily 60,000 barrels per day, which is diverted to the refinery. So the calculations must be incorporating the reduction of the oil amount by 60,000 barrels a day. Assuming that there will never be a breakdown, closure for regular maintenance, assuming that all the 365 days shall be operational, we foresee that the project will be profitable after 25 years. That is because there will be reduced amounts of crude oil feeding the pipeline. Since we never benchmarked anywhere, to estimate numbers of days such as high technical activity takes place, we have, for purposes of this minority report, assumed that production will only take place in only 320 days. So we observe that by the 8th year, the refinery will be too thirsty for crude, only taking about those barrels, 77,000 per day. And the numbers continue declining to the extent that by the 10th year, the project may be abandoned, since the daily input may not be sufficient to cover operating and other costs after expiry of the incentives. You remember the tax holiday in the ECOP bill. So given the time period given to the committee to scrutinize the bill, priority was given only to the pipeline and no analytical work was undertaken to look at the entire crude oil production, transportation, and processing. We therefore recommend that the committee be given more time, compressing assessment of not just the bill, but also related policies and laws that would be affected by the passing of this bill. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we request you to consider and support the minority report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable, for the minority report. I will open the debate to the two reports for 40 minutes. Debate is open. But where we have controversies on the major report and then the minority report, I will request the minister, together with the leader of opposition and government chief whip, to go and reconcile some things as we debate the report. Plus Attorney General. Members, if you have nothing to debate on the report, I will put a question. No, Ellen?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources for the comprehensive report that they have presented to the House. I also want to thank the members who have presented the minority report to share with us their views of dissent. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise in support of the bill that will go a long way to see the oil resources that we host in the Bunyoro sub-region get to exploitation, and we get the benefits that we all anticipate from to get from this oil resource. Right Honorable Speaker, I have only one concern that has been raised in the majority report that has also featured in the minority report. It has to do with clause 11 of the bill,
on land acquisition. Right Honorable Speaker, the majority report has highlighted that in the process of land acquisition, the principles of the law were not adhered to, especially the provision for prior, prompt, and adequate acquisition. And that means the project affected persons and who happen to be from this Bunyoro sub-region, where I come from, are not going to benefit. Right Honorable Speaker, it so happens that the bill comes at a time when we are implementing NDP3 that focuses on improvement of household income. Madam Speaker, we know land is a key factor of production. So when people's land is taken without adequate compensation, it means they might get a raw deal from the oil. They might get impoverished. So my concern is the line ministry should put in place adequate measures to ensure that the project affected persons are adequately compensated, and all measures in respect of these people to have a fair deal in this oil project is catered for and ensured. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Noeline. Ogwari Oil City.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank both statements that have been read. They are all okay, but we all know that this project is a new project in Uganda. And it's a new ideas that you are going to get in Uganda. I got to the point that my honorable colleague Christine has mentioned. It really touches. We have got a big issue in this project. Personally, I witnessed it, whereby a local company is not promoted by our government. Local companies are supposed to be promoted. This money comes from out, the local companies are supposed to benefit. But here is the situation, just like the way she has mentioned it. A foreign company is being brought and registered in Uganda as a local company. At the end of the day, it gets the contract. In the 2013-2014, there is a company that's called GCC, which actually worked up to today. It's an international company, which removed a local company. To my surprise, when I tried to investigate it, it just took over the other local companies' manpower and paid the same amount. So where are we if we are protecting the local companies in Uganda to benefit? 2, taxes. I have local companies that were closed by URA because of 20 million, 30 million, whatever the amount. But at the end of the day, we all know we have to tussle with the tallow oil to pay the taxes, huge amount of money. So I really request, Right Honorable Speaker, that the local companies should be promoted. Let URA not kill the local companies instead of promoting them. The 20 million, 5 million, the local company can look for it after getting the contract and pays it, but not closing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's limit the principles of the bill. Let's limit the debate to the principles. Honorable Harriet.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For records again, I'm seeing Harriet Mugenyi, the woman member of parliament, representing the people of Hoima. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice on the committee that has done good work for us, and also for the minority report. Right Honorable Speaker, the minority report had many issues that touched the hearts of my people, the silent voices of the people of Hoima. For example, the issue which is captured on clause 11 as the land rights. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to redefine the rights of our people, because as this project is on, actually it is already on, because in areas of Hoima, Bulisa, Kikube, compensations have been done, but in a vague way for this oil pipeline thing. People have not been paid appropriately, Right Honorable Speaker. People are complaining. 2 weeks back in Kikube, there was a demonstration. People were barred from using their land because the land was meant to be used by the pipeline, which people had not been adequately paid, Right Honorable Speaker. So I pray that much as we are looking at our majority bill, which I also support as a member of the NRM, the minority report still has big issues, which are actually people-centered. The other issue is on clause 15, the registration on the national supplier database. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know that stakeholder or community involvement is very crucial and very critical. Hoima district, where I come from, for example, has already had the airport contracts. We've had the refinery, which is ongoing, Right Honorable Speaker. But we're surprised, most of our local companies, even when they are registered on the national supplier database, do not get the contracts. So it is our prayer that we should not only write it in ink as it is stated here, but we go ahead. What is threatening is on the clause 15, is this issue that they should open that at times we may get from foreign companies. Right Honorable Speaker, I fear that even if they are saying that the foreign companies get contracts or they get subcontracts, it may not work out, because that is not what is happening. What is happening, most of the companies there are foreign and there is no community participation. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Most of these things are operational and will be handled, will be dealt with. And also then
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the job well done, specifically on the recommendations on section 10, which clearly bring out the environmental issues, which the bill had actually left out. So I want to thank you so much for your effort. But I would like to draw your attention to section 7. You could have left out something which I think is important we look at. The section 7 says that about the title to petroleum, notwithstanding the provision of any law, the Ugandan state participants shall hold the legal and beneficial ownership. In my view, when we give the legal and beneficial ownership to UNOC, we are actually giving them too much beyond what they should have. My suggestion is that we retain legal ownership, because they are just trustees on this oil. They are acting on behalf of government. But the moment we give them beneficial ownership, we are actually giving them leeway to do whatever they want with this oil. Under number two, under section 10, in the same respect, the amendment to make the permission and verification, I suggest that we make it mandatory, or we have a section that captures, that requires the disposal of this particular oil to be verified, and actually a permit issued by the authority or any other entity that will be in charge. Because when you leave it open, you're actually also leaving it to misuse, I suggest. Lastly, Madam Speaker, section 29, you're speaking to the insurances that we require. Section 29. Section 29, 3. The project company shall, subject to subsection 4, effect and maintain in relation to eco project for purposes of section 10(6)(b) of the Petroleum Act, the insurance set out in Schedule 1 to the Act, which shall be fully reinsured with reinsurers, each with acceptable credit rating in accordance with this Act. But this acceptable credit rating has not been well highlighted, or it's not part of the schedules. If we do not specify the credit rating, we are actually making section 5 and section 6 redundant, and actually allowing the project company to take out the insurance monies, which would be good if we can retain them within our economy. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm called Mama James, MP of Germany East. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for giving us a very good report. We are aware, as we speak today, Madam Speaker, the price of petrol rise to 4,600 per liter. And our hope is when we develop this bill on ground, that's where we are going to rely on. But the funny part also is when our people heard that Uganda had an agreement with Tanzania to transport this crude oil for refinery, our belief is now Uganda is giving away this to Tanzania, which is not the case. And well aware, the committee has clearly indicated the share, the agreement, and other things. But what is remaining now to me is sensitization to our people, Madam Speaker. As leaders, we need to talk to our people, and we need to avail this document to our people so that they are aware of what we are doing in this August House. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we had a fair when our colleagues from the other side of Eastern region were expressing concern in this August House that there are some threats. We have some holes, some tunnels down which cause depression in the area. And people's mind ran to the issue of oil extraction. Therefore, our belief is in these bills, we need to also know how this is transported from Uganda to the point of the refinery, so that our fears will be allayed, because me, as a lay person who's not an engineer, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe I need to make a correction. What is happening in Eastern Uganda, or Teso specifically, Ngora is not out of oil. So don't mix the tunnel there and the oil pipe. Isaiah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the committee for the work they've done. And I also thank the movers of the minority report, which looks minor in the sense, but in summary, it has a lot of ingredients. Madam Speaker and members, oil, if not well handled, and it can be a very big disaster for the country. I got a chance in the Parliament to move with the Honorable Minister of Finance when he was the chair of Finance Committee. And I remember we went to various oil areas in Farmington, in US, in Nigeria, and many other places. And in those areas, what is very important now is the law we are making this bill. Should we make the bill into the law and does it capture the local content? It is not interlinked with the other policies, as the mental report is saying. It might reach someone and become a disaster for us. So my plea, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, that you don't subject this bill to a vote at this moment, but like earlier as you had guided, the two parties sit together, internalize the missing gaps, capture up what is missing, that we improve on it perhaps, and we subject it to the vote. Otherwise, it might be a disaster for the people of Bunyoro. if we pass it the way it is in that context. Thank you. And the Ugandan is here.
By the way, the two parties, as I told you, that's why they are not here. They are doing a reconciliation. Yes. Dr. Bedi?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this law seeks to ensure that Ugandan citizens benefit as far as the local content is concerned. But the way the bill stands right now, I don't see the Ugandan citizens benefiting from this project. This bill seeks even to extend tax holiday to tier 1 and tier 2 of the companies while doing this work. When that happens, that means the Ugandan people, the citizens, the only work they can do is just casual labor. We should not enact a law, especially in regard to oil, that seeks to alienate the citizens of this country. The people of Uganda have been waiting, and they are waiting to see space on how they are going to benefit from oil, and including anything attached to oil. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill also seeks to make this law supreme above all the laws of this country. I don't understand the rationale Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I don't understand the rationale behind this supremacy. There should never be a law in this country that seeks to be supreme above another law. All the laws should be looked at equally. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, this law seeks to come up with tariffs, transport tariffs. And they have pegged a percentage, an increment percentage yearly of 2%. I don't understand the rationale of 2%. Is it inflation rate? Are you looking at the interbank charges, rates from the countries where these investors are coming from? We seek to understand, how did you peg the 2% and then you allow us to put it in the law? I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the two presenters for the reports. Right Honorable Speaker, we have endeavored to look for the agreements from the library that we should consider as we look through this bill to no avail. As we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, none of these people has looked at the production agreements. Everyone here has not seen the production agreements. But we are going to pass the bill into law. I think this is unfair. Right Honorable Speaker, land issues end up in riots. We are passing a bill to construct a pipeline that is going to carry something very inflammable. Right Honorable Speaker, from the riots we shall get problems of a fire. if the land issue is not handled. The bill is not transparent. We already know that we are supposed to have 30% local content. It has been passed, but it is not highlighted clearly in the bill. And I will not stop at that, but also say that the 15% that is being given to government is so small. Why 15%? None of us here can answer that question.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. For record purposes, Mayanja Alan from Nakasike Central. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at section 38, area project activities in the minority report, Honorable colleague Christine, she talked about the details of costs of approximately 556 million spent on land and social was never explained to the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, as we are fighting for corruption in our country, let these details of 556 billion be presented in the committee before we go any further. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee wasn't given enough time according to the minority report. My humble appeal, Right Honorable Speaker, at least we give out another 30 days to these committees, because the committee even never benchmarked to other countries where this pipeline is being run. Meaning, we are rushing, we are passing a law which have never been in our country, but in a rush way. Thirdly, pre-negotiated production
I
sharing.
want to make a correction. Nobody is rushing. This bill was read in the House. The committee was given 45 days as per the rules, and it has to come back and it has to be passed. Either passed or not passed. Nobody is rushing to say like somebody has an interest. No.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
We are acting as per the rules.
Procedure.
Yes, procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering whether we are moving in the right direction. If the Honorable Minister who moved the motion is not in the House, and yet we are debating.
We have all these ministers here. They are here for this bill.
But the particular minister is not here.
I am the one who sent the minister out. We have all the ministers here. There is a minister of state there. He's taking notes. Honorable knows. Honorable knows. Okay. Can you finish?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you for your guidance. I was finishing with pre-negotiated production sharing agreements. Our minister responsible for energy should table the copies of these negotiated production sharing agreements, because oil and gas policy of Uganda provides for openness and access to information as a fundamental right in activities, because we need to know the details about this agreement so that we can pass a law which is in favor to every Uganda. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Alan.
Thank you. Honorable Imat Cecilia Ogwal of Dokolo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a comment on page 24 of the main report, paragraph 9. Right Honorable Speaker, the statement I'm reading here has disturbed me a bit. It states, if you may allow me to read it verbatim. The committee appreciates that this provision guarantees security of tenure of the land for the project company. and ensures that the project can proceed without interruptions, given the nature of the project and the sensitivity in regard to profitability associated with any stoppage of operations. Right Honorable Speaker, there's nothing so important compared to forcing a Ugandan out of his indigenous land. I happen to have been in the Constituent Assembly when we entrenched this provision of prompt, prior, and adequate compensation. I was there. Right Honorable Speaker, if at this moment we are talking about compulsory acquisition of land before we have amended the Constitution, there's something wrong going on. I think the minister must first clarify to us, when did we amend the Constitution and allow compulsory acquisition of land? When we were actually campaigning or mobilizing the country for removal of the age limit, there were two bills brought before Parliament. Constitutional amendment for land and the age limit. Now, we know that the land has been pending. Can it be brought so that we can now handle the bull by the horn? Right Honorable Speaker, I'm very upset about this. And when you talk about production sharing agreement, you must, all the partners must have control over all the cost elements. You are an accountant, right Honorable Speaker, and you know you cannot adequately share unless you are in control of the cost element. Now, if the main shareholder, who is not Ugandan, is going to be in control of all the cost elements, how shall I be sure that the final cost that have been arrived at, which is going to have an impact in the end profit, which we are supposed to share? That is where Ugandans should focus on, because they will hype the figure, make the cost so high so that there will not be any profit for Ugandans to share. Right Honorable Speaker, I happen to have been a member of that ad hoc committee, and I took time to study the agreement, and I took time on your behalf to understand where we were being cheated. We have just been talking about corruption, this high-level corruption, where we negotiate poorly so that Ugandans are exploited and we have nobody to blame. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like us to focus on that, and I pray that the chair of the committee and the mover of the minority report should actually analyze the cost element that will constitute the total cost, which total cost will now give us the final profit.
Honorable Minister, you need to look at the issue of the cost sharing and avoidance of exploitation. Oguzili, Council, then whip. Oguzili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this wonderful opportunity. I thank the committee for considering this bill and reporting back to Parliament. I want to say the President is on spot, working hard to transform Uganda through petroleum. That could mean he wants us to get money from our resources. But honorable members, this to me would be the most important and critical bill I could have ever received in my tenure here as a member of Parliament. And therefore, if we do not pay keen attention to it, we are bound to mortgage all our oil resources, and there will be nothing to this country for health service delivery, for education, for anything. And the only remedy available would be to continue borrowing, and we will indebit our citizens with very hurtful taxes. Why am I saying this? The EACOP project has been domiciled in UK. And right now, Uganda has a double taxation agreement with UK. That means in calculating profits from this project, even costs incurred in UK and in other places where Uganda has double tax agreements would be considered. That has a risk of wiping away the profits which we are going to tax. And we have not paid keen attention to that. This company is not even legally registered here in this country, while Tanzania allowed it to be registered, to be resident there, so that they can tax.
Council.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Associate myself with the report from the Shadow Minister for Environment. And I need to add that this project, the major issue has been left out and need to be highlighted. If it involves transporting oil, a major element is missing to do with the metering. How much shall we determine how much oil has moved before we look at onto the issues of sharing? From the point of drilling, how shall we determine that such amount of oil has moved? And therefore, we can talk about sharing.
There's information from senior, he has been in energy. And my presumption is for you to measure, you measure in barrels, for you to know how much is being produced.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Switch off.
It is on.
No, I'm
Or the
talking.
other one. Well, when we read this, first of all, we are discussing about the road to transport oil. That is the pipe. Then there are laws which talk about production sharing, which were passed some time back. And those laws are there existing. And then
Honorable, you are not in 10th Parliament. The laws were passed in the 10th Parliament. What Honorable is saying, what Honorable Minister is saying, now you're talking about the pipeline of how the oil will pass. Now, what he's saying that the other laws were made in the 10th Parliament. You're not there.
Thank you, Honorable, Right Honorable. I was trying to say, we look at them differently. The others also, but for these ones here, there is abundance in describing about meters, calibrations. So the moment it comes, the oil comes from the wellhead, where it comes, it is all measured. When it takes any route, even to the refinery, it is measured through meters. When it is being taken outside, the meters are available. You cannot do anything in oil industry without using meters to look at how much you are produced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
As I'm winding up, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister fell short to direct us to a specific provision which deals with the metering. As we are handling this bill, Right Honorable members, among issues which we should consider to be very much important is the issue to do with metering. If it is missing in the bill, we should send it back to be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is common knowledge that when God created natural resources, amongst them he included man and a woman, human beings. And in fact, if you are ranking natural resources in order of preference. If we were to give preferential treatment in that order, you start with human beings. But that the bill was being processed without even according members breathing space to interact with the project affected persons in the Albertine Graben in its own is an omission of the highest order, Madam Speaker, so to speak. Benchmarking may be one would reason with the justification of financial constraints. But honestly, making a visit, at least one, to listen to the plight of these vulnerable people. Can you imagine they're even denying them a right to their land? Article 26 of the Constitution is crystal clear, Madam Speaker, on prior, fair, and prompt compensation. And this infringement on the rights of the people must be condemned by all right-thinking Ugandans. Madam Speaker, I take issue with local content. You realize that I am head over heels with the minority report because it has brought this out very clearly. You remember the report which was released in 2019. It mentioned adversely some of the national companies, our local companies, are registered Ugandan companies, but foreign owned. Majority of them. And now, instead of this bill empowering our local people to also compete favorably in this crude and oil and gas, it's a complete opposite. Actually, it's marginalizing the local ones, giving preferential treatment to foreign companies. This is a very unfair law, and therefore I concur with the plea of the minority report that more time should be accorded to the committee to give a surgery to this issue. Now, production sharing agreements, Madam Speaker, are not one set. There is one, the initial one, which has been mutilated through amendments. But there is this new one, which is termed the renegotiated production sharing agreement. This House deserves a copy, and actually the line minister should do us dispense this House justice. We ought to have unlimited access to this copy, the negotiated production sharing agreement. What are you trying to hide? Because if you go even to the library, even the one which was tabled before members is the old one, but the copy has never been available. Madam Speaker, about the refinery, as I conclude, transparency was denied to the committee on matters refinery. A lot more focus was concentrated on the pipeline. But little has been said in this report about the production, transportation, and the processing of the crude oil, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, one would even wonder about this pipeline. At first, I was deluded. I thought even when oil has been exhausted here and we have our refinery, we would still import crude oil through the same pipeline. Far from the truth, Madam Speaker. This pipeline is only an exit route for crude oil from Uganda. It will never help us to import in the future when this reserve is exhausted. So, Madam, information.
The information I want.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister, the Chairperson, for this report. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the bill Right Honorable Speaker, oil production, transportation, and use globally begins with signing a lot of agreements, such as the production sharing agreement, transportation and tariff agreement, the joint operation agreements. And I look at this bill as one that is trying to align us to these agreements so that we can in time begin thank you, so that we can operationalize the use of this resource in this country. I want to particularly support clause 8, which I see it as a way that is trying to address the defects in the Public Finance Management Act, which fortunately is with us in Parliament here, and I believe will soon be also processed through this House, whereby in the Public Finance Management Agreement, to me it is an omission where payment can only be done in cash. But here is a bill that is providing for payment in kind. And with oil businesses all over the world, some payments are done in kind. And so should we, as members of Parliament here, allow this clause to pass so that where we cannot meet all our payments in cash, we can as well pay with crude oil. Right Honorable Speaker, when you go to clause 11, Right Honorable Speaker, yes, I feel for Ugandans that, land, the affected persons, the project affected persons are not paid in time. But Right Honorable Speaker, this is not unique to only the crude oil
when you're
transportation.
debating, nobody interrupted you. When you're debating, nobody interrupted you.
Right Honorable Speaker, just like it has happened with roads, construction of roads, construction of irrigation schemes, we as members of this Parliament should support this, but we urge government to respond quickly by paying the project affected persons. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers. As we debate this, you must take in consideration the issue of the PAPs. The PAPs is an issue, be it in the construction of roads, and this one is the pipe road. Everybody knows that you have the money, these people must be compensated. Sechi. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this bill here is a facilitator for all our requirements to tell the companies we have agreed what we are supposed to do, pay our people. They know that they are now in business. That's when they are taking serious and implementing final investment decision to work. If this one passes now, tomorrow people will be paid.
Two minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the 2 minutes on a matter as critical as oil, I understand the difficulties, but Right Honorable Speaker, this bill in its...
You know why I'm giving you 2 minutes? At least you walked out from here, you went and had lunch and came back. Me, I've been sitting here from 2. 2 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'll wait for the amendment stage, then we can see how to streamline a few of these issues. But Right Honorable Speaker, I'll just talk about 2 issues. This bill attempts to take precedence and override all other existing laws. Right Honorable Speaker, there are critical matters on the environment, on the sharing, on the land rights, etc. I would like the Honorable Minister to outline those areas and those
Honorable Minister, are you listening?
those areas.
Honorable Migares, leave my minister.
To point out the defects in the existing laws, which particular laws are being overridden by this bill. It attempts to amend other existing laws without saying so. And we are at a loss. Right, Honorable Speaker, you are aware the oil is coming from the Albertine Graben region, which is a hotbed of the flora and fauna, our natural environment, which is critical for tourism. And right, Honorable Speaker, tourism can outlive and shall surely outlive this oil. Once this oil is exhausted, there will be a country and the tourism can always propel this country. It is the most durable resource we can harness. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't want us to move by a blanket submission like this. Can the Honorable Minister outline for us the particular clauses where there are defects and the lacuna so that we can use this law if it is if it is working across and cross-cutting, right, Honorable Speaker? Let's have them as we commence on the debate.
Honorable Taebwa, Honorable Silwani.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my brother, Honorable Otala, for the good report he has presented to the committee, and I stand to support the majority report. Right Honorable Speaker, in a country like Uganda, because we are talking about infrastructure here, in a country like Uganda, where we need employment opportunities for young people, right, Honorable Speaker, we need direct foreign investments for this country to grow and develop, right, Honorable Speaker. Infrastructure development is going to even give us an opportunity to explore more oil. It will be an opportunity for this country to discover oil that has not even been discovered if we have this infrastructure in place. It is important that Parliament supports this bill and we pass it so that, of course, there is no bill, right, Honorable Speaker, that will come without challenges. There is nothing that comes without challenges. We have to agree as Parliament to sort out the challenges and then pass this bill so that our young people in this country get jobs, so that there is clean movement, of the products that we are going to explore. Because if we do not have the pipeline, then we are struggling for nothing. We have been struggling for nothing. Right, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill and I support the majority report. And I only request that the challenges be sorted out, but I support the bill and strongly support the bill. I beg to move, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
No, you are said it.
So, hold on. What Honorable Silwani is saying, he supports the major report. However, the challenges that have been identified by the minority report, like compensation of the PAPs, those kind of things, must be resolved. You're not going to derail me. Minister, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, answer what has been raised.
Right Honorable Speaker, there are a number of issues which have been raised. I will start with the land. This bill is in line with the Land Act. If you go back to the actual bill, the opening clause, this is done in line with the Land Act of this country. So all the submissions
are in line with the Act of the land of this country. Number two, many issues which are being raised here are actually implementation detail. We are dealing so much on the implementations, and we are not addressing the principles of the law, the bill which we have here. I would actually request the House to go back to the principles of the law, the bill which is before us, as highlighted by the chair of the committee, and we'll actually discuss those ones in the House. The operations detail can be provided later. I actually note that taxation, and then the companies. You say taxations is provided for in a different act. And we cannot bring taxation to comprehensively be articulated in this act. And this act is specific. It is for the road to take the oil from where we are producing it to where we are going to sell it. No.
Let the minister continue with this, with what is submitting.
And then the local content. The local content has got a law on its own and is provided for in this bill which we are discussing. This August House actually passed a local content act. And this law is quoting and is in line with the law which was passed by this parliament. It may not be this parliament now, but was passed by parliament. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, the information I would like to give to my friend, the Honorable Prot, is that that bill you are talking about, or rather that act, the local content, it was never sent to by the President, and it is among those bills that are supposed to be brought back to this House. So we do not have that law yet. It has not yet come back.
So thank you very much for that information. I take note of that. So we debate it at an appropriate time. We should not actually debate it now. This would be preempting the bill which is coming on local content. The cost element,
Actually, if you want the bill to come back, do it as per Rule 235. Yes, and we'll handle it in this House. For now, we are looking at the pipeline.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. ECOP company is not registered in Uganda. ECOP company is registered in Uganda, and we can provide you with its registration number in this country. The technical persons, you can actually provide me with that registration number. ECOP company is registered in Uganda. Metering. Metering is one of the key and the strengths of the ECOP pipe. The petroleum is going to be metered from where it is starting to move from here to Tanga. So that we can take it for the committee which was taken to the site. They will actually tell you where there is mile 0 for the movement of the petroleum products. It is not from the production well.
Thank you, Right Honorable Minister. I got privilege to visit these countries where they produce oil. We were there on the finance committee. But if we go to Nigeria, they had serious issues with the pipeline. Very serious. The flow meters you talk of, they were faulty. They could be changed the way they want the oil to flow until they have to move away from the pipeline issues and have to put refineries within their own countries because they could want to put on the cost. So if you are talking about the flow meter being the solution, and you want to assure this house that since you have the flow meters, they will be put, who will be there to monitor them? And those monitoring them have which intent? They might cause them to be faulty. They can record the less oil is going out, and yet you are taking volumes and volumes. Then also the information I want to give you, Honorable Minister, it may not be so much right. A minister in your capacity, a committee processing this national law, which is very pertinent for us to do is the pipeline. A committee has never visited those areas to see how the pipeline works, what challenges they get, how they refine them, and so on. I think it would be very unfortunate to pass such a law, even when the committee has never had a chance of visiting those areas. That they can compare and they get the best practices in Nigeria, in other countries, in US, that the law can be good for us. Yeah, I've given him the information, of course. You Honorable Minister. So, right, Honorable Speaker, the information I've given the Minister is that what he's talking of may be misinformation for that effect.
Actually, what you're giving the House is this information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Because I'm actually wondering what you are proposing. Metering is one way of doing it and actually monitoring it. So when you say metering is not the right way to go, propose an alternative that we can consider.
Minister, can you conclude? Can you first finish, then you come back?
Can I conclude? Let me respond.
Can you conclude?
Yes.
Honorable
No.
Okasa, can you conclude?
Can I conclude? No. I'm not
You
accepting
said you'll give your own information. Honorable Okasa, can you continue?
I will
Can
go
you
by
continue?
let me continue. Supremacy of the law. Supremacy of the law. It is not that this law is supreme in all aspects, but in regards to the pipeline. It is in regard, don't read in between the line. It is not about in everything. It is about the pipeline. It is specific to the pipeline. Please, don't take me back to meters.
Important. Section 8, subsection 1A provides that the company can actually make transactions without formal certification. Now you are saying there will be a meter, and the law is saying that without even formal certification of that meter, transaction can go on. How are we going to guarantee all these processes, the transportation processes and the metering, if there is no formal certification through our known entities?
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving way. Honorable Minister and the House, metering is very critical, whether you want it or not. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, we are coming in at the tail end. We don't have to invent the wheel. A situation happened. There are wells in South Sudan, but they export their oil through the Sudan, Port Sudan. Between 2017-18, there was a shutdown of the oil wells and production because the controversy arose when South Sudan and the Sudan itself found that Sudan was cheating the South on the metering. It caused the closure of those oil wells and exports. until the matter was rectified and there was a joint metering process that was agreed upon. So the mere putting there of a meter is not a guarantee, and we saw it, and it has been happening around, and it is only fair that you are holding a public office, a public responsibility, to put together these loose ends. It is to the advantage of you and to the country. You don't have to carry it and say, no, no, no.
Thank you for that information, but there is a provision, Section 98 of the Petroleum Exploration Act and Production Act of 2013 provides for the minister this midstream. This one is going to happen in midstream, and this transportation is midstream. It is not the end of it. It is not downstream. So there is a provision for a minister to be looking at it. Renegotiated agreements. We have actually endeavored to put these renegotiated agreements in the library. Please take the trouble to read them. Check, and the renegotiated agreements are in the library. These are the main questions that have been asked, but most of the questions which were raised are actually operational questions which have been raised. So I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Chair, do you have what to say?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to allay the fears of my honorable colleagues that I've distilled about 4 issues that kept on coming up, namely the land acquisition process, the local content, metering, and the supremacy of this bill. And I thought that I just needed to clarify, and indeed you rightly guided that in respect to land acquisition, visiting the pubs, this is really more of an administrative matter. Our committee considered it as an operational matter, and we said at any time, we as a committee, we shall be able to visit the project affected persons. But we took note of the fact that the land acquisition process had to start. But one thing that I would like to highlight is that once this bill is passed, then it is going to unlock the monies for compensating the project affected persons. And we as a committee, we are going to follow up. And as a matter of information, I want to assure members that right now, because we took this as an administrative matter and not a legal matter,
Members, Isaiah, I am the chair of the house. Members, I am putting a question that the bill entitled East African Crude Oil Pipe Special Provision Bill 2021 be read for the second time. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary no. The ayes have it. We adjourn the house to tomorrow at 2.
There's no quorum. There's no quorum. No, there's no quorum.